School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Gulf Arabs, they turn on Trump. We knew this would happen. Iran tax grow as the U.S. and Israel is trapped. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all, well, it's getting worse by the day. Trump and Israel is trapped, and Iran is steady pounding them. This is a historical loss. Salute. Let's get right into the content.
I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form.
I don't understand what the point of that was.
Was this just boasting about time of war?
That was pointless.
Salute.
He's thanking Qatar. He's thanking.
I have no idea why Trump dropped that speech last night. He panicking. He don't know what to say. That was supposed to be a reassuring speech from a wartime president. He think he Putin. Putin comes to reassure Russia that everything's going good. He didn't reassure anybody of anything. He made all his allies very nervous. They cannot believe what they're witnessing.
They're not on board with him. They're not on board. Saudi Arabia, first of all, Qatar is the first Gulf country to take the decision to withdraw U.S. forces from its lands.
Yeah.
Qatar's foreign minister, from the moment he came out, spoke and said that Qatar has paid a heavy price for the presence of foreign forces on its land, meaning the United States military. Qatar's relationship with Iran is a relationship of brothers and siblings, and we will not allow it to be harmed again through the Qatari lands. America has broken all its promises with us and only thinks about itself, and in the end, Qatar is the biggest loser. If America were truly thinking about Qatar's interests, it would respect its decisions not to trespass on any country, but it seems it's only exploiting our lands to protect another country. Qatar has finally surpassed its Shaboa. Hopefully the rest of the Gulf countries will follow. So let me give you one more on this. Trump, I don't know if you saw it when Trump said to Saudi that the leader of Saudi Arabia should kiss his ass. And how do you think that went over in Saudi Arabia? So here's what happened. MBS signed a defense pact with
Qatar is a Muslim Brotherhood nation. They really allied with Turkey. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates trying to press them, tried to war on Qatar a few years ago. Qatar is not going to side with the U.S. and the Arabs on this. They're going to side with the Turks. They might side with the Persians. And they might side with the Pakistanis on this. It's going to be a lot of realignment. Trump done fucked up. He exposed America's hand. They can't protect nobody. You got to show the world you can at least defend yourself.
With Ukraine without telling Washington. Rubio called to express regret. MBS listed American failures. Crown Prince said Saudi Arabia will act in its own national interest.
And I told you
MBS
just the other day when that clown Zelensky popped up in those Arab nations telling the truth. He did tell the truth that Ukraine is in a better position than anybody in Europe or the U.S. to counter drone warfare. Even though they're getting destroyed, they're better at the U.S. than that. And the Arabs took them up on that deal. I said that when I seen Zelensky sign defense contracts with the Arabs, like, damn, what the fuck do the U.S. have with these people? They tearing them contracts up. You can't defend them. It's over for the U.S. in the Middle East.
MBS was more diplomatic than Trump, didn't respond to kiss my ass insult. U.S. defense monopoly in the Gulf effectively over. European defense corridor through Ukraine now open. 70 years of alliance on pause. American leverage in Riyadh is zero. Process that. Trump told a man who controls 12% of the world's oil supply to kiss my ass. That man responded by restructuring Middle East security architecture in a single week. So that's the reality.
That was dumb.
That's going on. Trump just gave you a fantasy, literally like he's listening to a psychic on the corner next to the 7-Eleven. Masood Preskin, here's what he has to say.
Whether you're backing up your home, exploring the outdoors, or powering the job site, Harbor Freight.
To the people of the United States of America and to all those who, amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life, Iran, by this very name, character, and identity, is one of the oldest continuous civilizations in human history. Despite its historical and geographical advantages at various times, Iran has never, in its modern history, chosen the path of aggression, expansion, colonialism, or domination. Even after enduring occupation, invasion, and sustained pressure from global powers, and despite possessing military superiority over many of its neighbors, Iran has never initiated a war. Yet it has resolutely and bravely repelled those who have attacked it. The Iranian people harbor no enmity towards other nations, including the people of America, Europe, or neighboring countries. Even in the face of repeated foreign interventions and pressures throughout their proud history, Iranians have consistently drawn a clear distinction between governments and the peoples they govern. This is a deeply rooted principle in Iranian culture and collective consciousness, not a temporary political stance. For this reason, portraying Iran as a threat is neither consistent with historical reality nor with present-day observable facts. Such a perception is the product of political and economic whims of the powerful, and the need to manufacture an enemy in order to justify pressure, maintain military dominance, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. In such an environment, if the threat does not exist, it is invented. Okay, let me go on. There's more to this. Within this same framework, the United States has concentrated the largest number of its forces, bases, and military capabilities around Iran, a country that, at least since the founding of the United States, has never initiated a war. Recent American aggression launched from these very bases have demonstrated how threatening such a military presence truly is. Naturally, no country confronted with such conditions would forego strengthening its defensive capabilities. What Iran has done and continues to do is a measured response grounded in legitimate self-defense, and by no means an initiation of war or aggression. Relations between Iran and the United States were not originally hostile, and early interactions between the Iranian and American people were not marred by hostility or coup d'etat and illegal American 1953 tension. The turning point, however, was the intervention aimed at preventing the nationalization of Iran's own resources. The coup disrupted, talking about when we couped the Mossadegh in 1953. The coup disrupted Iran's democratic process, reinstated dictatorship, and sowed deep distrust among Iranians toward U.S. policies. This distrust deepened further with American support for the Shah's regime, its backing of Saddam Hussein during the imposed war of 1980, and the imposition of the longest and most comprehensive sanctions in modern history, and ultimately unprovoked military aggression twice in the midst of negotiations against Iran. Yet all these pressures have failed to weaken Iran. On the contrary, the country has grown before the Islamic 30% stronger in many areas. Literacy rates have tripled from roughly today. Higher education has expanded dramatically, significant 90% revolution to cover advances have been significant percent, not revolution to over advances. I don't know. That seems like a misprint. And we have achieved in modern technology, healthcare services have improved, and infrastructure have developed at a pace and scale incompatible to the past. These are measurable, observable realities that stand independent of fabricated narratives. At the same time, the destructive and inhumane impact of sanction, war, and aggression on the lives of the resilient Iranian people must not be underestimated. The continuation of military aggression and recent bombings profoundly affect people's lives, attitudes, and perspectives. This reflects a fundamental human truth. When war inflicts irreparable harm on lives, homes, cities, and futures, people will not remain indifferent towards those responsible. This raises a fundamental question. Exactly which of the American people's interests are truly being served by this war? Was there any objective threat from Iran to justify such behavior? Does the massacre of innocent children, the destruction of cancer treatment pharmaceutical facilities, or boasting about bombing a country back to the Stone Ages, does it serve any purpose other than further damaging the United States' global standing? Iran pursued negotiation, reached an agreement, and fulfilled all its commitments. The decision to withdraw from the agreement escalate towards confrontation and launched two acts of aggression in the midst of negotiations were destructive choices made by the United States government, choices that served the delusions of a foreign aggressor. Attacking Iran's vital infrastructure, including energy and industrial facilities, directly targets the Iranian people beyond constituting a war crime. Such actions carry consequences that extend far beyond Iran's borders. They generate instability, increase human and economic costs, and perpetuate cycles of tension, planting seeds of resentment that will endure for years. This is not a demonstration of strength. It is a sign of strategic bewilderment and an inability to achieve a sustainable solution. It is not also the case that America has entered this aggression as a proxy for Israel, influenced and manipulated by that regime. It is not true that Israel, by manufacturing an Iranian threat, seeks to divert global attention away from its crimes toward the Palestinians. Is it not true that Israel, by manufacturing an Iranian threat, seeks to divert global attention away from its crimes toward Palestinians? Yes, it's true. Is it not evident that Israel now aims to fight Iran to the last American soldier and the last American taxpayer dollar, shifting the burden of its delusions onto Iran, the region, and the United States itself in pursuit of illegitimate interests? Is America First truly among the priorities of the U.S. government today? I invite you to look beyond the machinery of misinformation, an integral part of this aggression, and instead speak with those who have visited Iran. Observe that many accomplished Iranian immigrants educated in Iran who now teach and conduct research at the world's most prestigious universities or contribute to the most advanced technology firms in the West. Do these realities align with the distortions you're being told about Iran and its people? Today, the world stands at a crossroads. Continuing along the path of confrontation is more costly and futile than ever before. The choice between confrontation and engagement is both real and consequential. Its outcome will shape the future for generations to come. Throughout its millennia of proud history, Iran has outlasted many aggressors. All that remains of them are tarnished names in history, while Iran endures resilient, dignified, and proud. So I'm pretty sure that that guy who said all that, was the 9th president of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So Trump is completely delusional. Nobody believes what he's saying. Even his own Republican party doesn't believe what he's saying. He's going to launch a land invasion. He's going to do boots on the ground, and it's going to start Friday. And this is a disaster for the world. It's a disaster for the United States, not to mention a disaster for his presidency, J.D. Vance, and anybody who wants a political future who now is inside the Trump administration. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for Trump. He's going to go down. I bet he goes down worse than George Bush, but we'll see. So
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert.
Iran today directly attacked the sanity of Donald Trump and his war criminal Israeli boss Benjamin Netanyahu by stunning them with a launch of close to 100 ballistic missiles on the settler colony. This was viewed as the worst attack on the settler colony since the beginning of the war. The fact that these attacks came just before Donald Trump's so-called address to the nation made it extra special. This also conclusively busted the lies peddled by Trump and Hegseth, who claimed that Iran's military had been completely decimated. In fact, Donald Trump, in his address to the nation, repeated those lies. He said he has destroyed Iran's navy, Iran's air force, and Iran's missile power. And yet, just hours before his address to the nation, Iran was showcasing its missile power by firing at least 100 of them at the settler colony. And this has happened a month after both Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu launched their illegal military campaign against the Islamic Republic. That should tell you a lot. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, Iranian women taking to the streets of Tehran to celebrate the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. So please stay tuned. Iran today stunned its adversaries by claiming to fire close to 100 missiles in a single day towards the settler colony. No one, absolutely no one expected Iran to showcase its missile power with such ferocity, and that too on the 33rd day of the war. This was also a slap to Trump, who once again claimed in his address to the nation that Iranians' missile program or Iranians' military as a whole had been completely decimated.
In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces.
And now, watch this broadcast by Fox News and how even its reporter in Tel Aviv was taken aback by witnessing the onslaught of Iranian missiles. Just pay attention to the Fox News presenter's choice of words. She says, Israel has been pounded by Iran.
While we've been watching the Supreme Court, Israel is being pounded by Iran. Sirens sounding over Tel Aviv as a barrage of missiles hit the nation. Let's bring in Jonathan Hunt with more. Jonathan.
Kaylee, Israel in general and Tel Aviv in particular have been under almost constant bombardment throughout the day today. One of the most intense bombardments, in fact, since the very early days of this war. Just about an hour ago, we had an hour-long series of sirens. We watched as the interceptors were launched from this area at those missiles, which came in one after another from Iran. And this, remember, this is the start of the Jewish holiday of Passover. And there had been warnings from Israeli officials that they feared that Iran would try to send that kind of bombardment over. We've had some impacts throughout the Tel Aviv area and other areas. One 11-year-old girl, for instance, critically wounded. She is in the hospital at this point, as we understand it, and dozens of others have been injured. But it has been a really intense day. And
Israel military hiding amongst the civilians. This news guy, he hiding around us. All these people hiding, bro. They ass is scared of Iran. They ain't there no military sites, no headquarters, all that shit being blown up. They keep trying to show y'all, if Iran wanted to, all these buildings in the background would be blown up. They can't tell. See, to come on TV and say Iran is a terroristic, lunatic, psychopathic, bloodthirsty nation. If that was true, none of this shit would be standing right now. That's a fact.
And Passover officially started just about
They better be
30
lucky
minutes
Iran
ago
not
when the sun
bloodthirsty.
set here. So while Israelis gather together for the traditional dinner tonight, they are doing so under this cloud of fear that this bombardment...
That's what they get for being usurpers and identity thieves. What the fuck do the Passover have to do with them pretending to be other people? The gig is up, bro. Is that why we're trying to celebrate the past? The missiles is passing over your goddamn head and landing on these targets. Quit trying to pretend like you people of the book. You're not. Go home. That's what this message
will
is all
continue.
about.
The Iranians wanting, obviously, to disrupt what is a very important Jewish holiday. Kayla.
I wonder why these reporters never mentioned how the Americans and Israeli terrorists had chosen to massacre innocent civilians, including 180 school children during the holy month of Ramadan for Muslims.
You see what I'm saying?
Wasn't
They
Trump's
did that on
decision
purpose, bro. They picked the holiest day in the Muslim year to kill these people. When they fasting and praying, that's psychological warfare. You reap what you sow, bro. While you trying to fast and pray and worry about Passover, they attacking your ass.
To mount a barbaric attack on Iran without any provocation in Ramadan grotesque? But today, when Iran is merely retaliating against the illegal aggression, suddenly Western media is desperately linking this particular development to a Jewish festival.
Ain't no for nobody, bro. This is the first time that they have to actually fight somebody who can do to them whatever they do back. Israel and the U.S. The U.S. been picking and choosing. This is the battle they shouldn't have fought. They've been picking and choosing who they fight. Trying to avoid China. Trying to avoid Russia. North Korea. It's a North Korea right now because North Korea kicked their ass during the Korean War. It wouldn't be no North Korea if Korea. See, so they've been scared to go back to Korea since they got that ass kicking. But they've been waiting. This the fight they wanted to fight, but they knew that it was gonna cost their ass. And that's costing them. Because this is a real fight. Whatever you do, they can do. Punishment you hand out, they gonna hand out. And coming on TV and trying to they want to fool people, put on a suit, comb their hair, get the, look sharp and pristine and la to the American people, bro, because they don't want to tell the people the truth. Or the stock market would crash tomorrow if everybody knew. Americans would be so upset if they knew that their life savings is going to be going down the drain because these people decided to attack Iran. Now Iran got the U.S. economy in a death grip. And everywhere else around the world, they scared to death. They don't know how they're going to survive. The U.S. is finna start feeling that. We finna start feeling that in just a second if these people do not hurry up and surrender.
The same media outlets were silent when Israel stopped Christians from praying in the holy cities on Palm Sunday for the first time in several hundred years. After the Iranian display of missile power,
Never forget, the U.S. is $40 trillion in debt. $40 trillion in debt that the U.S. cannot pay. U.S. cannot pay. They want this water. These people want it to be such a global catastrophe where they can blame Iran for the reason they seize everybody's money. Because if they run on the banks, that money not coming out the banks. People never think that's gonna happen because people not thinking. There's some people in society they getting ready for this. They got cash on hand, they got gold, they got silver, they got food, they got ammunition. People who think that's a game, you're gonna be in trouble, bro. Because this is real life.
Even the IDF now says that it expects more firepower from the Islamic Republic in days to come. This is IDF spokesperson Effie Defrin, who also confirms the heavy losses of his soldiers at the hands of Hezbollah fighters in Lebanon.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs committed.
Good evening. This evening we report the falling of 5 soldiers and 1 soldier, Lieutenant Noam Admoni, Ben Cohen, 21 from Lehavim, First Sergeant Maxim Entis from Bat Yam, and First Sergeant Gilad Harel, 21 from Modi'in, Maccabim Reut. May their memory be for a blessing.
IRGC's Aerospace Force Commander, Brigadier General Sayed Majid Mosawi, He says that today's barrage of missile attacks on the settler colony was a holiday gift by terrorist Netanyahu to his people of the settler colony. He wrote, and I quote, "Air raid sirens one after another and tremors in the narrow and dark basements of the shelters under the barrage of missiles from Iran. This was part of Netanyahu's gift for the holiday to the Zionists." End quote. The IRGC also claimed to kill dozens of American soldiers in their latest wave of attacks in the UAE. The commander of the Iranian army's ground force, Brigadier General Ali Jahanshah, called on the families of US military personnel in the US to check on their loved ones, as he accused the US military of censorship on revealing American fatalities. The IRGC's Khatamul Anbiya Brigade spokesperson issued this statement.
موج 89 عملیات بعدی صادق 4 که به صورت ترکیبی اجرا شد، در ابتدا نقاطی را در ایلات، تل‌آویو و بنیبراک مورد هجمه موشکی و پهپادی قرار داد و در ادامه عملیات محل اختفای نیروهای تروریستی ارتش آمریکا در بحرین مورد اصابت قرار گرفت و حدود 80 نفر زیر ضربه قرار گرفتند که تعداد قابل توجهی از آنها کشته و مجروح شدند. همزمان گروه بالگردی ارتش تروریستی آمریکا در پایگاه الودیری مورد هجوم موشک‌های بالستیک سپاه قرار گرفت که یک فروند بالگرد منهدم و به سایر بالگردها آسیب جدی وارد گردید. نیروی دریایی سپاه در 5 عملیات گسترده و پردامنه با ترکیب موشک‌های بالستیک و کروز و پهپادهای انهدامی اهداف برجسته نظامی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی در منطقه را منهدم ساختند. در نخستین هدف تهاجمی این نیرو 2 رادار هشدار زودهنگام در اختیار آمریکایی‌ها در منطقه و مستقر بر یک سازه دریایی در آبها و جزایر امارات با دقت بالا منهدم گردیدند. یک نفتکش متعلق به رژیم نامشروع صهیونیستی با نام آکوا 1 در منطقه میانی خلیج فارس در رزم موشکی دلاور مردان دریایی سپاه پاسداران نیز مورد هدف قرار گرفت و در حال سوختن است. از سحرگاه امروز چندین فوج پهپاد انهدامی به سمت ناوگروه مستاصل آبراهام لینکلن در شمال اقیانوس هند شلیک شدند که با توجه به مستندات و تصاویر ماهواره‌ای این ناوگروه از مکان قبلی فرار و به عمق اقیانوس هند عقب نشینی کرده است. شایان ذکر است که اخبار دقیق اطلاعاتی بر اثر تهاجم دیروز نیروی دریایی سپاه به محل تجمع مخفی افسران آمریکایی در امارات 37 نفر به طور قطعی کشته و تعداد زیادی نیز مجروح و به بیمارستان‌های شهر منتقل شدند. ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران از بامداد امروز محل استقرار هواپیماهای سوخت‌رسان آمریکا مستقر در فرودگاه بنگوریون و سایت راداری کشف و رهگیری موشک‌ها و پهپادهای رزمی و سایت‌های جنگ الکترونیک مستقر در امارات را با پهپادهای هجومی مورد هجوم حملات خود قرار داد. تهاجم قدرتمندانه نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران و همزمان حملات شجاعانه و مؤثر گروه‌های مقاومت با بهره‌گیری از موشک‌ها و پهپادهای هجومی پرقدرت و نقطه‌زن باعث گردیده است تجمع نیروهای آمریکایی و صهیونیستی را با دقت هدف قرار داده و به هلاکت برسانند.
Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has written an open letter addressing the Americans. He asked the Americans, and I quote, exactly which of the American people's interests are truly being served by this war. Does the massacre of innocent children, the destruction of cancer treatment pharmaceutical facilities, or boasting about bombing a country back to the Stone Age serve any purpose other than further damaging the United States' global standing? End quote. I will upload his full letter on our Telegram channel. Details on the screen and also in the description of this video. This is quite a powerful letter and you must read it in full. Pezeshkian has deliberately released this letter ahead of Trump's address to the nation. Meanwhile, Iran has continued to strengthen its grip on the Strait of Hormuz. According to one report, as many as 400 ships carrying oil and gas are currently stranded in this waterway. Iran is letting certain countries' ships pass through after charging tolls in yuan. According to many journalists, this could become a new norm as Iran may not like to let go of this power.
You cannot put the genie back in the bottle. Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz and they will not give up that control under any circumstances.
And that means goodbye to the petrodollar, and that means partially goodbye to U.S. hegemony in this region. That means hello to a stronger alliance between Iran and Russia and China. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out of here that people don't understand and aren't counting on yet. But there's some serious consequences that are going to arise from this thing. Do you agree, Esteban?
I mean, I feel like the consequences are not being spoken about enough because it's not just about the fuel, right? It's not just about the actual oil or the liquefied natural gas. You're talking about the fertilizers, right? So you're talking about a food crisis. You're talking about helium supplies. Now you're talking about the crisis in the tech sector. And in particular for the US, I would be terrified of this one particular item, because we've been hearing for more than a year now about the AI bubble. And we've been hearing for more than a year now that the US economy only shows growth because of the massive investment that these tech companies are making on data centers. What happens when all of a sudden the chip makers can't make chips anymore and the data centers become redundant and all of that investment falls into risk? You're talking about a catastrophe that would make the 2008 financial crisis look like a day in the park, a sunny day in the park compared to what's looming down the horizon. And then, you have other crises, right? Like just to speak about what's happening, for example, in the southeast of Asia, they've already implemented work from home measures, emergency declarations, energy emergencies. They've canceled school, right? Like people it's essentially we're going back to the pandemic, right? Like many nations. And I feel like in the West, this is still seen as something that is not really going to affect us. You couldn't be more wrong because this is just around the corner.
I will leave you with this powerful clip of Iranian women celebrating the 47th anniversary of Iran's Islamic Revolution on the streets of Tehran. Do these women look oppressed to you? This tells you everything about the Western media and Western politicians' propaganda.
یه آرزو برای جمهوری اسلامی.
ایشالله تولد 74 سالگیش.
آرزو میکنم هر چه زودتر این پرچم برسه دست صاحب اصلیش.
ایشالله تولد سال دیگه تو بیت المقدس، سال بعدش تو کاخ سفید بگیریم.
اون همیشه سربلند باشه. من همه هموطنان با فکر تصمیم بگیرن و دیگه هیچ کس پشت به حق نکنه. آرزو میکنم که همیشه واسمون بمونه.
You should move to second.
The Victoria Air Base is in flames again, after Iran along with Iraqi resistance forces directly attacked the U.S. in capital Baghdad by 8 missiles and several drones. The moment a drone struck the airbase at night, accompanied by cheers from residents surrounding the base, underscores the undeniable reality that the U.S. presence in Iraq does not confer any prestige. According to a report by Tasnim news agency, U.S. Victory Base was in flames after being targeted by Iranian forces on Tuesday morning. The U.S. Victoria Base, formerly Camp Victory, located right next to Baghdad International Airport, was a major hub for U.S. forces during the occupation, and remains a strategic location used by the U.S. for logistics and operations in Iraq. The base has been regularly targeted by resistance forces, like Hezbollah in Iraq, since the beginning of the regional escalation. Iraqi Hezbollah shared images of drones, which knock out an UH-60 Sikorsky helicopter parked at the base, destroying the hardware in their operation, around March 25. Now, reports on social media indicate a direct hit on the base, with munitions falling near U.S. personnel, who filmed the incident. Another widely circulated videos show huge clouds of black smoke, terrifying flames, and wailing sirens. Ammunition depots appear to have been hit, causing a series of secondary explosions, sending fireballs into the air. Hossein Pak, a reporter for the resistance area, said in an interview that all U.S. bases in the Gulf region have been disabled, causing the U.S. to lose its dominance in the region. The evacuation of U.S. embassies and barracks is a clear sign of operational activity, with U.S. troops traveling to regional military bases and participating from there in attacks on Iran. But Iran, which Trump says is running out of missiles, has launched a massive missile response against U.S. Israel bases across the Gulf, and reports confirm damage to those bases, as the region teeters on the brink of a full-scale war, which the world should be paying attention to.
Welcome back. They are calling it the moment the Middle East, already teetering on the edge of the abyss, finally tipped over into something entirely unprecedented. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the Pentagon, Tel Aviv, and every intelligence agency watching the Persian Gulf, Ramzan Kadyrov, the iron-fisted, fiercely loyal strongman of Russia's Chechen Republic, has done something so out of this world, so audacious that it threatens to rewrite the entire calculus of the war.
Iranian state media is now claiming that combat units from Russia's Chechen Republic have declared themselves ready to deploy to Iran if the United States launches a ground invasion.
According to Iran's state media, the infamous Kadyrovites, Chechnya's elite forces under Ramzan Kadyrov, have declared their willingness to support Iran's military if the U.S. moves on the ground.
Ramzan Kadyrov's Chechen fighters are reportedly ready to deploy to Iran. And they're not calling it a military operation. They're calling it jihad.
According to reports flooding out of Iranian state media, including Press TV and the Tehran Times over the last 48 hours, Kadyrov's infamous Kadyrovtsi, or Akhmat Special Forces units, have declared themselves ready to deploy to the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is not a rumor. This is a battle cry. They are preparing to throw their weight into the conflict should Donald Trump make the catastrophic error of ordering a U.S. ground invasion. This news comes as American ground troops, specifically the 82nd Airborne Division, are already positioning themselves near Iranian shores, with thousands of paratroopers and Marines arriving in the region, allegedly eyeing strategic assets like Karg Island and Iran's nuclear facilities. But here's the brutal truth that Washington and its allies seem incapable of comprehending. They are walking into a trap, and the arrival of Chechen fighters is the final click of the lock. Let's be very clear about what we are witnessing. This is no longer just a confrontation between the U.S.-Israeli war machine and Iran's military. This has morphed into a gathering of forces that the Western imperial mind simply cannot compute. Reports indicate that Iran's armed forces are bracing for the possibility of limited ground incursions by U.S. Special Operations Forces and conventional infantry, even as missile and drone exchanges continue to light up the skies across the Persian Gulf. Yet the most dangerous development is the reported readiness of Chechen units operating under the direct command of Ramzan Kadyrov to enter Iran not as invaders, but as defenders. They have framed this not merely as a geopolitical maneuver, but as a religious war, a holy struggle in defense of the Islamic Republic. The irony is staggering. For decades, Western propaganda has tried to paint a picture of a divided Middle East, one where Shia and Sunni Muslims are locked in eternal, irreconcilable conflict. But history has a way of humiliating those who rely on simplistic narratives. Here we have one of the most formidable Sunni Muslim fighting forces on the planet, men who trace their lineage to the mountainous warriors who broke the Russian army twice, preparing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shia Iran to face down the American and Israeli war machine. If this deployment materializes, it will shatter every Western assumption about the Middle East and serve as a brutal reminder that when the Crusaders, as they are viewed in this part of the world, come knocking, faith often unites what politics tries to divide. Before we go any further, we are seeing a massive crackdown on independent journalism right now. The mainstream corporate media is doing everything in its power to paint this as a simple regional conflict while completely ignoring the tectonic shift that is happening right under our feet. If you believe that the truth deserves to be heard, if you are tired of watching the empire lie its way into another catastrophic war, then I need you to do 3 things right now. First, hit that like button. It genuinely helps push this video out to people who need to see it. Second, share this video with someone who is still sleeping on this news. And third, drop a comment. Even if it's just a dot, even if it's just Chechnya is coming, let the algorithm know that real people are paying attention. And if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that bell. We do not take a penny from corporate sponsors or war profiteers. We rely entirely on you to keep this honest journalism alive. Now, let's get into the man at the center of this storm. Because to understand the danger that Kadyrov's forces pose to any potential American ground invasion, you have to understand the man who commands them. Ramzan Kadyrov did not inherit power. He carved it out of the ashes of 2 brutal wars. The son of Ahmad Kadyrov, a former mujahideen who switched sides to ally with Moscow during the Second Chechen War, Ramzan rose to prominence as a ruthless enforcer. After his father was assassinated by a bomb in a Grozny stadium in 2004, Ramzan consolidated power with an iron grip. He rules Chechnya with a blend of absolute loyalty to Vladimir Putin and a brutal, almost medieval personal authority. He has built a cult of personality where he is portrayed as the guardian of the Caucasus, a man who commands an army of tens of thousands of fighters who answer to him, not necessarily to Moscow, though their strategic loyalty aligns with the Kremlin. When the Ukraine conflict began, Western analysts dismissed the Chechen Kadyrovtsi as TikTok warriors, more interested in filming propaganda than fighting. They learned the hard way how wrong they were. Kadyrov deployed his elite units, the Akhmat Special Forces, the Sever Akhmat regiments, to the front lines in Mariupol, Bakhmut, and the Kharkiv region. While the Russian conventional military stumbled, these Chechen units were deployed as urban assault specialists, shock troops designed to break the enemy's will in the most brutal environments. They served as barrier troops, as reconnaissance strike units, and as the vanguard of some of the bloodiest assaults. They proved that their reputation for ferocity was not merely historical folklore, but a current, terrifying reality. The experience they gained in Ukraine, fighting in drone-saturated battlefields against entrenched defenders armed with NATO weapons, has transformed them into something far more dangerous than the guerrilla fighters of the 1990s. They are now modern, hardened veterans of the most intense conventional war since World War II. So what exactly are these forces bringing to the table in Iran? If Donald Trump is foolish enough to order American boots onto Iranian soil, the Chechen units represent a nightmare scenario for U.S. military planners. First, consider the terrain. Iran is not Iraq. It is not flat desert perfect for armored columns. It is a country of mountain ranges, narrow valleys, and urban labyrinths. The Chechens are masters of mountain warfare. Their homeland, Chechnya, is a rugged, mountainous terrain where they have been fighting foreign invaders for centuries. They understand how to use elevation, how to ambush mechanized columns in narrow passes, and how to disappear into the rocks. But it is in urban warfare where they excel. The Kadyrovtsi are organized into highly mobile, autonomous assault groups. They rely on small unit tactics, employing anti-tank guided missiles, snipers, and coordinated drone strikes. They are equipped with some of the best small arms and armored vehicles that Russia can provide, but their true weapon is their psychology. These are fighters who view death in battle not as a tragedy, but as a privilege. They have been hardened by years of conflict in Syria and Ukraine. The reports from Iranian media and sources like India Today confirm that these units are ready to be flooded into Iran. acting as a force multiplier alongside the Iranian military. And here is where the strategic picture becomes absolutely apocalyptic for the United States. The Chechens are not coming alone. We are witnessing the formation of a coalition that history will remember as the moment the American empire overreached. We have reports of forces from Iraq, Shia militias who have been preparing for this confrontation for 2 decades, already mobilizing and moving towards the border with Iran to counter any U.S. advance. If the Chechen Sunni fighters link up with the Iraqi Shia militias and the Iranian military, you have a unified front of ideologically hardened, combat-experienced fighters. This is the parallel to the Tehran 8 during the Soviet-Afghan War, though in a stunning reversal. Back then, Iran supported Shia Afghan fighters against the Soviet Union. Today, we are seeing Sunni Chechens, who were once the enemy of Moscow, now aligning with Moscow's ally Iran to fight Washington. This is what happens when you conduct foreign policy based on arrogant assumptions. The US believed that by pitting Sunni against Shia, they could keep the region weak and divided. They were wrong. Nothing unites the Islamic world faster than the sight of a Western army landing on sacred soil. To think that the United States can win a ground war in Iran is to ignore every single historical precedent. Iran has never been conquered, not by Alexander the Great, who eventually married into the Persian culture and left it intact. Not by the Romans, not by the Arabs, who adopted Persian traditions, and certainly not by the British or the Americans. Iran is a nation of 90 million people with a deeply ingrained national identity that predates Islam, predates the United States by millennia. The Iranian military, which we are strictly referring to here as the National Armed Forces, has spent decades preparing for exactly this scenario. They have built a layered defense network of missiles, drones, and naval mines designed to turn the Persian Gulf into a kill box. Now, let's look at the off-ramp that Donald Trump is supposedly looking for. Senator Cory Booker recently called this war one of the greatest presidential blunders of our time. And he is absolutely correct. The reality is that the United States has stumbled into a conflict with no foreseeable exit strategy. Even Pope Leo XIV has publicly called on Trump to find an off-ramp, urging him to decrease the violence. But the off-ramp is vanishing. The addition of Chechen forces to the defensive coalition in Iran means that any attempt to withdraw will be portrayed as a victory for the axis of resistance and a humiliation for the West. Meanwhile, even America's traditional allies are beginning to abandon the sinking ship. So what are the Chechen units likely to do if they enter Iran? They will not be sitting in barracks waiting to be bombed. They will be embedded with Iranian ground forces along the coasts, in the mountainous border regions, and around critical infrastructure. They will be the ones waiting in the darkness for American paratroopers to drop out of the sky. They will use their expertise in electronic warfare and drone operations, lessons learned from Ukraine, to disrupt American command and control. If the U.S. attempts to seize Karg Island or push towards nuclear facilities, they will be walking into a buzzsaw of experienced, ideologically driven fighters who have spent the last decade watching American tactics and learning how to defeat them. The Chechens have a saying, "The strength of the wolf is in the pack." And right now, the pack is gathering in Iran. As we continue to monitor this story, the situation remains fluid, but the trajectory is clear. The deployment orders from Grozny have been signaled. The American ships are in the water. The Iranian military is standing firm. And the Chechens are ready. This is not a moment for naive speculation about de-escalation. This is a moment to understand that the world is changing, and the old rules of war are being rewritten in blood. We will continue to bring you updates as this story develops, because as the sands of the Middle East shift, one thing remains constant. The truth is the first casualty of war. And we are here to keep it alive. Stay vigilant.
The United States and Israel launched a war against Iran, and we can now conclusively say that Tehran is winning this war. This is now being admitted in major Western newspapers. The Independent published an article titled, "Iran is the clear winner as Trump's desperate bid for peace shows he wants out of the war." This is incredible because most Western media outlets have supported every single major U.S. war for decades, including 2 wars on Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, on Libya, Syria, Yemen, the list goes on and on. But this is the first war that I've ever seen that many major media outlets are in fact criticizing from the very beginning.
Because they can't hide it. They tried to pretend like the U.S. was winning. It's a month. They can't hide it anymore. It's 2026. The whole world know this. We seen it. No matter what they censor, it's impossible to say they destroyed Iranian military. Iran is out of missiles. Iran is defenseless, and we steady seeing missiles fall. They're scared to go into the Strait. They're scared to invade. They're just talking shit on TV and getting people killed. Like, they can't hide it. So now, obviously, they're going to turn on Trump, blame Benjamin Netanyahu. This going to be, they got to find people to scapegoat.
Politico, for instance, published an op-ed arguing that the U.S. war on Iran is a far bigger blunder and strategic error than the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. And this article...
Iran is a far superior military opponent than Iraq could ever be. That's why it's a bigger blunder. You facing a bigger and tougher opponent.
Was written by the former U.S. ambassador to NATO, someone who previously supported the war on Iraq. So clearly the writing is on the wall, and it's clear to everyone that Iran is winning this war. Even Foreign Affairs, which is the official publication of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a very mainstream U.S. foreign policy group, even Foreign Affairs published an article acknowledging that Iran is winning this war. The author of this article is a professor at the prestigious Johns Hopkins University, and she pointed out that if you use traditional metrics of conventional war, it may look like Iran is not doing very well in this conflict, but these are the wrong measures for assessing Iran's position. The question is whether or not Tehran is achieving its strategic objectives, and she argues that Iran is doing so, and therefore Iran is winning this war. Tehran was preparing for nearly 4 decades, and she wrote that Iran is, quote, now executing a strategy that has managed to neutralize key U.S. and Israeli air defense batteries, severely damage U.S. military bases in the Persian Gulf, inflict substantial economic pain, and driving a wedge between the United States and its Gulf allies, end quote. So today we're going to go into more detail explaining how Iran is winning this war. And to do so, we're going to look at Iran's strategic goals and assess how Tehran has been accomplishing them. The first and most obvious is preventing regime change and preventing state collapse. It's obvious that the US and Israel initially thought they could destroy the Iranian government by carrying out so-called decapitation strikes targeting all of the political and military leaders of the government. But they have failed to do so. In fact, the Iranian government has not only shown that it's resilient, it's probably stronger now because it has more popular legitimacy, because even critics of the Iranian government inside the country have rallied behind the flag and are now supporting the state and trying to prevent the US and Israel that launched this war of aggression from taking control of their country. So then let's look at another Iranian strategic goal, which is to expel the US military from the region. Now, the US has been surrounding Iran militarily for decades. The US built up 24 bases surrounding Iran in almost all of the neighboring countries. But in response to this US-Israeli war of aggression, Iran retaliated in self-defense and hit most of these US bases. The Turkish state media outlet, the Anadolu Agency, compiled official data on the Iranian strikes on these US military bases, and it reported on the 30th of March, so after a month of this war, that Iran carried out at least 5,471 missile and drone attacks targeting US bases and critical sites in 7 Arab countries that are allied with the US. these Iranian attacks have been remarkably successful. In fact, the New York Times reported that the U.S. has basically been pushed out of all of its bases in the region. This was revealed in an incredible article titled, "Iran's Attacks Force U.S. Troops to Work Remotely." I'm reading here from the New York Times. And by the way, keep in mind, this is a newspaper that strongly supported the illegal U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, along with the U.S. wars on Afghanistan and Libya and Syria and Yemen. So the New York Times is certainly not in any way an anti-war newspaper, but the New York Times has acknowledged that, quote, Iran has bombed U.S. bases across the Middle East in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war, forcing many American troops to relocate to hotels and office spaces throughout the region, end quote. Which, by the way, explains why Iran has hit some hotels in the region. It's not because Iran is targeting civilian areas. It's because there are U.S. military targets that are in these civilian hotels in the region. In fact, the New York Times wrote that, quote, now much of the land-based military is, in essence, fighting the war while working remotely, end quote. So you know how so many people have been working from home since the pandemic? Well, now even the military is working remotely. And this is because Iran has destroyed their bases. By the way, this New York Times article is based on interviews with U.S. military officials. So they're acknowledging it. The Pentagon is now admitting this. And the New York Times noted that U.S. troops have been relocated to makeshift alternative sites. It noted that before the U.S. and Israel started this war, there were around 40,000 U.S. troops in West Asia, the so-called Middle East. But now many of these troops have been relocated and sent as far away as Europe. I'm going to talk more about that in a few minutes here. This is another very important aspect of this war. But there are some U.S. forces who are still based in West Asia. However, they're not in their original bases. The New York Times wrote, and this is the money quote here, quote, many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable, end quote. So Iran has succeeded in basically destroying all of the major U.S. bases in the region, including the Al Udeid Air Base, which is the biggest and most important U.S. base in the region. It is the air headquarters, or it was the air headquarters of U.S. Central Command. And Iran has hit...
Nobody has ever did that to the U.S. military. This is in 1 month of war, but the U.S. still talking shit. In 1 month of war, you got to hide out. You have to abandon your military bases, because in a real war, Iran is talking to that. They got to find another strategy. You hide in hotels, you in laundromats, you in restaurants, you in college campuses. Iran and I already warned them. We hitting all that shit. Google, Netflix centers, data center, everything. But Trump on TV talking shit about totally sending Iran back to the Stone Ages. That's a damn war crime. But you're supposed to be talking about defeating the Iranian military. You see, you supposed to be defeating the military. But you're going to send Iran back to the Stone Ages. I thought you wanted to liberate the Iranian people. See the mask slipping off as the humiliation comes. They get more and more pissed.
The headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, another major part of the U.S. Navy. So Iran has succeeded largely in expelling the U.S. military occupiers from West Asia. So this raises the question, where have these U.S. troops gone? And this brings us to another remarkable article in the Wall Street Journal titled, Europe is quietly playing a crucial role in the Iran war. This article noted that the U.S. military is using many bases across Europe. It notes that U.S. bombers, drones, and ships have been fueled, armed, and launched via bases in the UK, Germany, Portugal, Italy, France, and Greece. And it notes that the nerve center of the U.S. war against Iran is the Ramstein base in Germany. And together, these military bases in Europe are, quote, facilitating one of the most logistically complex operations the U.S. military has been involved in for decades, end quote. The Wall Street Journal quoted a U.S. Air Force general who is the top military commander of NATO, and he said most European U.S. allies, quote, have been extremely supportive, end quote. The US has around 40 military bases across Europe, which host 80,000 US military forces. And the Wall Street Journal described Europe as a, quote, launch pad for US operations in both the Middle East and Africa, end quote. The report also included a map showing some of the bases that the US is using in Europe in order to wage this war on Iran. Again, these bases are located in the UK, Germany, Portugal, Italy, France, and Greece. Therefore, all of these countries are parties to the war. Some of their governments may claim that supposedly they're neutral or claim they're not involved in the war. That is not true. They are parties to the conflict. They are involved because they're allowing the US to use their territory to wage this war of aggression against Iran. So with all of that said, let's look back at the list of Iran's strategic goals in this war. It can pretty conclusively be said that, at least in the short term, Iran has largely succeeded in expelling the US military from West Asia. Now, it's certainly possible that after this war ends, the US could rebuild some of these military bases and continue deploying US troops to the region. However, this brings us to another major Iranian goal, which is to force the regimes of the Persian Gulf to reconsider their alliance with the US and Israel. Because pretty much all of these countries in the region host US military bases. And previously, they may have thought that those US military bases were protecting them, but we now see that those US military bases were actually endangering them, because when there's another war in the future, Iran will likely hit these Persian Gulf regimes because they're facilitating the US war. They're not neutral. Again, these Persian Gulf regimes claim that supposedly they're not parties to the conflict. It's not true. They're allowing the US to use their territory to wage war on Iran, which is why they have been hit in retaliation in self-defense by Tehran. So this is naturally going to make them second guess in the future when the US tries to rebuild these bases. Some of these Gulf regimes may say, well, you know, we don't really want these bases because we thought you were protecting us, but you're actually not protecting us. So no, thank you. Now, this is an argument that many analysts have been making, but to be honest, I'm not very confident this is true. I think honestly that if the US wants to rebuild these bases, regimes like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE, they're probably going to allow the US military to continue occupying their countries. And that's because these regimes are very unpopular, and honestly, they have very little legitimacy. If you look at the regimes of the Persian Gulf, the majority of the population of the region does not have citizenship. They consist of foreign nationals, especially in countries like Qatar and the UAE, where nearly 90% of the people who live in those countries are foreign nationals. Only around 10% of the population actually has citizenship, and these are wealthy elites who benefit from the country's massive oil and natural gas reserves. And these wealthy elites get bribed essentially by these monarchies with very generous welfare states. But if and when that tap is closed, it's turned off, they no longer have significant export revenue from exporting oil and gas, and they can no longer pay for these very generous welfare states, not only will these small handful of elites potentially rebel against the monarchy, but also the vast majority of the population consist of these migrant workers who are often working in horrific conditions, slave-like conditions. They often have their passports taken away from them. They could also rebel at any moment. So in many ways, I think these US military bases are there to basically prop up these unpopular monarchies, these dictatorships, these hereditary dictatorships in Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar. And if the US military does eventually leave the region, it's very possible that these regimes could collapse. Certainly in countries like Bahrain, that has a majority Shia population, and the regime is a Sunni sectarian minority regime, that is very unpopular, it is quite possible that some of these regimes could collapse as a product of this war. But that's another issue. The main issue we're focusing on today is assessing why Iran is winning this war. And one of the goals of Tehran has been to pressure the Gulf regimes not to normalize relations with Israel. And in recent years, there's been a lot of discussion and pressure by the US government on the Saudi monarchy to normalize relations with Tel Aviv. This came after the first Trump administration in 2020 successfully pressured the UAE and Bahrain to officially normalize relations with the Israeli regime in the so-called Abraham Accords. And ever since then, the US has been trying to pressure other Gulf regimes to also normalize relations with the Israeli regime. This is not only under Trump, but also under Joe Biden. His administration also tried to pressure Saudi Arabia to recognize Israel, and Riyadh was hesitant. And now in his second term, Trump has been trying to do this once again. But I think this war is now going to incentivize the other Gulf regimes to second guess or triple guess any possibility of normalizing with Israel, because they now see that there are very high consequences for being allied with the US and Israel if and when there's another war with Iran. And this could literally make the region inhospitable. I'm not exaggerating, because as part of this war, the US and Israel have bombed desalination plants in Iran. It's important to keep in mind that much of West Asia consists of deserts. Not so much Iran, but certainly a country like Saudi Arabia. And these Persian Gulf monarchies would collapse without desalination plants because it would be impossible to generate enough fresh water. They have to use these desalination plants to remove salt from salt water in order to make it potable, usable for humans. But in retaliation to the US-Israeli attacks on Iranian desalination plants, it's possible that Tehran could hit some of the desalination plants in the Gulf regimes, which would force millions of people to leave these countries. They could potentially collapse. So previously, some of the Gulf regimes like the UAE and Bahrain thought they would get more benefits than costs by normalizing relations with Israel, but the other Gulf regimes will likely reassess that decision now and say, we should not have anything to do with Israel because we don't want to be targets in a potential future war.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
So in that sense, this is another major victory for Iran. Even if the Gulf regimes do not cut off their alliance completely with the US and Israel, the fact that they're even being forced to reconsider it is a strategic victory for Tehran. So getting back to the list of goals, this brings us to another goal. Iran has wanted sanctions lifted. Let's not forget that in 2015, Iran signed the nuclear deal, officially known as the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Iran signed this with the US and the other permanent members of the UN Security Council and the European Union. It was written into international law, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, said very clearly that Iran was abiding by the agreement. It was not violating the nuclear deal. Despite that, in 2018, during Trump's first term, he withdrew unilaterally from the JCPOA in violation of international law. He sabotaged the Iran nuclear deal, and he imposed sanctions on Iran. Again, I must stress, this was a clear violation of international law. And ever since then, Iran has suffered economically due to the U.S. so-called maximum pressure campaign against it. In fact, just a few weeks before the U.S. and Israel launched this war on Iran, Trump's Treasury Secretary, the billionaire hedge fund manager from Wall Street, Scott Bessent, he did an interview on Fox News in which he boasted that the U.S. sanctions against Iran were responsible for collapsing Iran's economy, as he put it. And Washington proudly took credit for the sky-high rates of inflation, the shortage of goods, and the mass protests that were going on in Iran due to the economic suffering caused by these U.S. sanctions. So Iran has really wanted to get these sanctions lifted. They've caused so much pain. And ironically, one of the results of this war is that the U.S. has been forced to lift sanctions on Iran. Now, I don't think this is a long-term decision. I think this is a short-term decision. But regardless, the message in Tehran is very clear. It defended itself in this war. It exacted a cost upon the U.S. and its allies, and it pressured Washington to lift sanctions. Treasury Secretary Bessent, who just a few weeks ago was boasting of how the sanctions collapsed Iran's economy, he was personally forced to make exemptions for these sanctions on Iran to allow Tehran to export its oil. And why is that? It's because Iran demonstrated that it has significant leverage by controlling access to the Strait of Hormuz. This is a narrow strait right off the coast of Iran that is the most important oil transit choke point on Earth. Before this war, about 20% of all of the globally traded oil was passing through this narrow strait on a daily basis. In response to the US-Israeli war, Iran shut it down. And this is one of the major reasons why the price of oil has skyrocketed on the global market. Not just because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but also because some of the oil infrastructure in the region has been damaged by this war. But regardless, this conflict has caused the largest oil supply chain crisis in history, and there's a massive shortage of crude in the global market. This is why the U.S. was forced to lift sanctions on Iran temporarily, because they need more supply. They need Iran to put out more oil in the market in order to stabilize and bring down oil prices. Because when the price of oil skyrockets, it hurts every country on earth, even the U.S. Despite the fact that the U.S. is a net exporter of oil, the U.S. does still import a lot of heavy sour crude from countries like Canada and Mexico. And the price of oil is global. It is not set by one country. So everyone is feeling the costs of this, and it's going to lead to higher inflation. So this is another reason why Iran has been winning this war, because Tehran has demonstrated to the US, to Israel, and to the world that they should not attack it. Because if a country attacks Iran and starts another war of aggression, Tehran can use its leverage over the Strait of Hormuz to massively destabilize not only the global oil market, but the global economy writ large. Moreover, Iran has now been charging a toll, essentially, for ships that want to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has said, okay, we will allow you to pass if you pay us. We need reparations due to these illegal Western sanctions. And Iran is demanding payment not in US dollars, because Tehran doesn't want to have anything to do with the US dollar and the US-dominated financial system. Instead, Tehran is demanding payment in China's currency, the yuan. So this is a direct challenge to the petrodollar system, the fact that for decades, pretty much all global oil was priced and sold in US dollars, which gave the US significant leverage over the global oil market and other commodity markets, because most commodities are priced in dollars. Well, Iran is now challenging that. Iran is demanding payment in China's yuan or renminbi, and Iran is potentially going to get paid this kind of toll from ships in the future, at least ships from unfriendly countries that want to pass through.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party test. The Strait of Hormuz. So that is another point on this list of Iran's strategic goals. There are two more we'll be discussing here. Another is that Tehran wanted to demonstrate escalation dominance. What does that mean exactly? It means that Iran wanted to signal to the US and Israel that if they try to escalate, then Iran can move further up the escalation ladder and exact an even greater cost upon them. So Iran is trying to discourage the US and Israel from continuing to escalate and from attacking it, because the US and Israel may fear that the consequences would be even worse by escalating. So instead, they want to de-escalate. Therefore, Iran has escalation dominance because it can continue escalating further by using asymmetric measures, by weaponizing the global oil market, by targeting US corporations in the region, which the Iranian military is also doing, and also simply by costing the US and its allies lots and lots of money. They've been blowing billions of dollars, flushing this money down the drain, because Iran is using cheap drones that cost $20,000 to $30,000 on average. These are known as the Shahid drones, and Iran is using these drones in order to destroy billions of dollars of military equipment, including surveillance aircraft and refueling tankers. In Saudi Arabia, for instance, Iran used cheap drones in order to destroy US command aircraft that cost more than $1 billion to replace. So this has become a war of attrition, and Iran has demonstrated that it can continue waging this war as long as it wants at a very low cost, because all it needs to do is make these very cheap drones. And by the way, Iran has decentralized the production of some of this military technology. It's not that advanced. All you need is an underground facility in the middle of nowhere, and Iran has many, and they are churning out these drones. And by the way, they're using many cheap parts from China. China has been assisting Iran militarily in making these drones and making its missiles. So the US has to spend many billions and billions of dollars, while Iran is spending just tens of thousands of dollars. This is why the Pentagon has requested $200 billion more to wage war on Iran, in addition to the many billions it has already spent. So yes, obviously the US has many, many more resources than Iran does, but over time, this is going to be extremely expensive for the US, and it's going to weigh down the US, whereas Iran is not spending that much money using asymmetric, unconventional tactics. Moreover, there's a major issue for the US military, and that there are big bottlenecks in the military-industrial complex supply chain, because the US military and its allies are actually running out of the missiles that they need in order to continue waging this war. The Washington Post reported that in the first 4 weeks of the war on Iran, the US used more than 850 Tomahawk missiles in order to target Iran. However, there's a big problem here. This report noted that only a few hundred Tomahawks are manufactured each year. A few hundred are made each year, and the US used 850 in 4 weeks. So very quickly, the US is running out of the missiles and the ammunition and other supplies that it needs to keep waging this war. Even if Trump floods the Pentagon and the military-industrial complex with hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, it doesn't matter how much money they spend if they cannot actually manufacture more, because they're at capacity. The US economy has largely been deindustrialized and financialized in recent decades. So it doesn't matter how much money they have when there are major bottlenecks in the supply chain. So getting back to our list of Iran's strategic goals, this brings us to the final point. We can conclusively say that Iran has succeeded in establishing deterrence. What does that mean? Deterrence is the ability to prevent another actor from carrying out an action that you don't like, because they know that it will be very costly for them and they will have more disadvantages than advantages if they carry out that action. So in more concrete terms, Iran has established deterrence because it is demonstrated to the US and Israel that if they want to wage another war against Iran, like they did during the so-called 12-day war in June of 2025, they will really, really have to reconsider that, because they now know that Iran has escalation dominance, and Iran can make it extremely painful for the US and Israel if they try to start another war. Iran can shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Iran can use cheap drones and old missiles to destroy the radar systems and US military bases in the region, to deplete the interceptors of the air defense systems, to cause significant damage to the infrastructure of Israel and the Gulf regimes, to destabilize the global oil market, to potentially cause a global economic crisis. Iran can carry out all of these actions, which constitute a deterrent, because now it is very costly for the US and Israel to attack Iran again, to start another war. So again, this demonstrates why Iran is winning this war, because Iran wants to make sure that this is the last war. They do not want the US and Israel to continue waging war every few years and decapitating all of the leadership of the Iranian government and trying to carry out regime change. No, Tehran is saying, no, we have the ability to defend ourselves. We can establish deterrence. We can continue to escalate and cause much more pain than you are willing to tolerate. Iran has demonstrated that its pain tolerance is way, way, way higher than the pain tolerance of the US and of Israel and of the Gulf regimes. So all of this explains why it is so clear to the entire world that Iran is winning this war, that even major Western media outlets that traditionally support US wars, even the Western media has been forced to acknowledge this undeniable fact. Iran is the clear winner of this war of aggression that was started by the US and Israel. This is yet another sign of how we are in an increasingly multipolar world. The US empire no longer maintains its unipolar hegemonic control over the entire planet like it had in the 1990s and the early 2000s. This also explains why the US empire has become so extremely aggressive. I mean, it's always been aggressive, but to a whole new level. This is why Trump is putting the pedal to the metal and lashing out and attacking Iran, attacking Venezuela, attacking Cuba, threatening to colonize foreign territory like Greenland and Panama and even Canada. This is why Trump is threatening tariffs on countries all around the world. The US empire is getting very desperate because it recognizes that its global dominance is declining. And the irony is that the more that the US lashes out, the more it actually accelerates its decline. And throughout history, we see this pattern. Empires often become very arrogant, and they become victims of their own hubris. They believe their own propaganda. They think they can just bully everyone around without consequences. They overextend themselves, they become sloppy, and they commit errors. They underestimate their opponents, which is exactly what the US has done in Iran. And I think this war is only going to further accelerate the movement toward a more multipolar global order. Iran has demonstrated that it has the capacity to establish deterrence and defend itself, and it's helping to usher in a new global order that looks very different from the Western-dominated system that we've seen for hundreds of years. On that note, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton. I am the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining me today. Please like and subscribe. Please share this. I will see you.
Hi, everybody. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, and our dear friend, our brother, Pepe Escobar is here with us. Welcome back, Pepe.
Welcome, Nima. Greetings from Buddhist Southeast Asia. I'm very, very depressed today, so I already beg forgiveness to all of you if I explode. I spent most of the day exploding today in rage, considering what's going on, and considering that now this is a war against over 90 million Iranian people. It's a war against them. It has nothing to do with all that bullshit coming from that filho da puta barbarian. No, it's worse. Now it's a war of revenge, blind revenge, impotence, rage against the whole of Iran's population. And if that doesn't make your blood boil, I'm sorry, but you're not human.
Pepe, let's start with, finally, we had Donald Trump talking about yesterday. He's addressing at 9 p.m., addressing American people about the war, his update on war, which was nothing new about what he was talking about. But here is what he said in terms of, particularly that line of attacks, attacking civilians and infrastructure in Iran. Here is what he said.
Mm-hmm. Period of time, no deal is made. We have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust. And we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective.
Escape the cares and worries of the day and soak up the beauty and tranquility of nature with new outdoor collections from Living Spaces.
I can confirm each and everything that he said is 100% lie.
These are monster. It's one monster lie after another. By now, I would say even grains of dust in the Sahara Desert know that this kind of information is being fed to him, especially by the Three Stooges. Those absolutely disgusting infrahumans, the Secretary of Forever Wars, Jared Kushner, and Witkoff. These are the people who are feeding him these lies that he reproduces because obviously he doesn't read shit. So obviously he doesn't do fact-checking of anything. And obviously if you are around him, you have to kiss his ass. Otherwise, you lose your job. So much worse than all that, Nima. It's the line that it's been going all over the world that formalized, in fact, which formally already indicts him as a war criminal. The only place left for the baboon of Barbaria is on a war crimes tribunal, where he's going to be condemned and preferably exiled to a high security prison with forced labor to the rest of his miserable days. He says that he's going to bomb Iran to the Stone Ages. He could not even pronounce it correctly instead of Stone Age, to the Stone Ages. Well, To be very lenient and diplomatic, we can say that when his ancestors were still trying to make fire, the real barbarians, Iranians were already an extremely civilized empire. So that starts with that. To put in context, who are the real barbarians, right? But the most worrying development, and obviously this was not condemned by the UN, was not condemned by anybody, was not condemned by the West. You have the President of the United States basically characterizing himself as a war criminal on live TV for the whole planet, and nothing happens. Well, at least it's all clear now what these people are. Not only himself, but the people who are advising him, and especially the people who keep him on a leash because of the compromat that they have on him. So that's one of the reasons why he needs to go. He needs to keep going this madness for, he says, another 4 weeks, but it could be even more. And what's going to happen in these next 4 weeks? They're going to bomb the infrastructure of Iran to rubble everywhere. It's going to be, it already is, and it's going to be even more horrible. And there are no limits. They are bombing pharmaceutical plants. They are bombing like they bombed bridges, including the B1 bridge from Tehran to Karachi. It's a beautiful bridge. It was inaugurated only a while ago. It's the highest bridge in the whole of West Asia. Essential because this connection, highway connection, Tehran-Karachi, is one of the most important in Iran, as you know, Nima. They bombed the Institut Pasteur, which I've been to a few Institut Pasteurs around the world. They are essential as health centers, vaccination centers, scientific research centers. This one in Iran, if I'm not mistaken, it comes from the 1920s. And that's it. And they're bombing, I just saw 5 minutes ago, they're bombing, once again, civilian neighborhoods in Tehran and across Isfahan as well. So this is what they're going to do. It's out of impotence, it's out of blind rage, it's envy, because they're a bunch of piece of shit, uncultured barbarians. And that's their revenge against Iran. If you are a sovereign resistance civilization, nation, civilization, state like Iran is, no, this is, for them, this is what, it's the absolute opposite of everything that they preach about and they pose that they're standing for. No, they're worse than barbarians. So-called barbarians, and I'm a big fan of nomad empires, which used to be qualified by the settled empires as barbarians, including the Roman Empire, the Persian Empire. They qualified non-settled peoples as barbarians, but they had many redeeming qualities, including artistic ones, like the Scythians, for instance. These people, they have absolutely nothing. The only thing that they have is powerful bombs. And obviously, out of their impotence, and now that especially the ruling classes of the Empire of Chaos, they are seeing the whole scam that they built after 1945 collapsing in front of their eyes. We can barely imagine how resentful they are. But we can understand where this rage is coming from. There's not going to be any more free lunch for all of you. And it takes one resistance nation, sovereign, to collapse the whole house of cards. But I'm very, very depressed by what awaits the people in Iran and Iran in the next few weeks. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible because it's the only thing they have left, Nima. There's nothing. They lost all the military bases. They lost most of their assets everywhere. They have troops living in hotels. They lost the control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're losing the control of the petrodollar. Soon they're going to lose most of those stupid Gulf petromonarchies. Two of them already are composing with Iran, Oman and Qatar. Sooner or later, the other ones will have to do something. Otherwise, they're going to be disappeared. They're going to become a mere foot, not even a side note of history. Especially the Emirates. Especially the Emirates, which, for all practical purposes, they are already at war with Iran. So they are, for all practical purposes. Whatever they say, it doesn't matter. They are at war. They are facilitating attacks by the Americans. There are lots of U.S. military personnel, especially around Dubai. So get ready. They're not going to last long if it goes on like this. And the Iranians, they know everything that's happening everywhere, and they're making notes. They have names, they have locations, they have satellite information, you name it. You know. And Saudi Arabia is the big joker in the pack, Nima. We still don't know where they are leaning to. Things changed since the kiss my ass saying coming from the baboon of Barbarian. MBS, with his ego, wow. He's planning a long-term revenge, and it will be very painful for the Americans. It already started. He already said that he's not buying weapons from the U.S. anymore. So we can presuppose that they're going to start buying from Russia sooner or later. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, there is a phone call today, Nima, Putin MBS. I wonder what they're going to talk about. This is going to be fun. There'll be no leaks, but this is going to be fun. So this is changing. So what we have left is Bahrain. Bahrain is going to collapse. That monarchy is going to disappear. Kuwait, sooner or later, like our Iraqi friends are already theorizing, probably is going to be annexed back as back to the governorate of Basra. Which it was before, of course. So we have the Saudi Arabia joker. So this is going to be quite something to follow.
I think it's important, Pepe, what's going on in terms of Saudi Arabia and UAE. There somehow you see some sort of fracture and difference looking at the two states. They had it before this war happening in Yemen. They were somehow fighting each other. And right now, as time goes by and what the reality of war is happening, the reality is coming up to the surface. You see, these phone calls have meanings. We have to understand, why do they need to call Vladimir Putin? They did it before. And right now, again, he's doing this. And because after all, let's assume Donald Trump was talking about selling F-35 to Saudi Arabia. What does that mean for Saudi Arabia? Nothing.
Nothing. So yes, and this whole thing changed radically. The week is not even over, but the whole thing really changed during this week.
That's crazy.
Starting with that quad.
I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. Damn, we're gonna have a whole nother live on this shit here today. The DOJ, they got a press release right now. Rapper Gucci Mane was robbed and kidnapped in Dallas by rappers Pooh Shiesty and Big 30. This is on the news press release, and they're talking right now that Pooh Shiesty and his gang are arrested for the kidnapping of Gucci Mane. That's official, and we're gonna do a whole motherfucking live on this shit tonight. That's a fact. We're going in on that.
Quad in Islamabad. Very important to remind all of you. It was not a Sunni axis. This is bullshit. People who are spewing that out, they have no idea what they're talking about. It was 4 Muslim nations that got together over the Organization of Islamic Conference, over the GCC, over whatever multilateral organization, Islamic, Muslim, etc., with Pakistan more or less as the coordinator. So Pakistan, Egypt, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. Theoretically, they were discussing what they could propose as a sort of a, let's say, a crypto approximation between Washington and Tehran. So they go to Islamabad, they have this blah, 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 everybody's smiling. Smiling about what? The photos are pathetic. You have these four stooges smiling like they are in a country club. Okay. So obviously they didn't come up with anything very solid. This explains why the foreign minister of Pakistan had to hop on a plane the next morning and go to Beijing to talk to the people who really count, the Chinese. So he went there to meet Wang Yi. Right. This was obviously discussed before. The Chinese obviously, because they have a close relationship with Pakistan, China-Pakistan economic corridor, etc. They said, okay, you go there, you discuss, but as soon as you finish, you come here to tell us if you arrived at something. Obviously, the Chinese knew that you would arrive at nothing. But, and that's the major but, after Dar meets with Wang Yi, they release a 5-point joint statement. And when you read that joint statement, I read the joint statement, I think at least 3 times. I say, are they really saying that? Because it's a collection of cliches. Like, you know, if they believe that the United Nations Security Council or people will be respecting the UN Charter when the US can veto anything. It's completely absurd. So this was not... we can interpret it as I try to interpret it as a Chinese diversion tactic to appease everybody. But the real discussions are going to be between China, Russia, and Iran, but in the background, not with these 4. So, you know, Pakistan had a momentary protagonist role setting up this meeting in Islamabad. Now nobody's talking about Pakistan anymore, because the whole thing collapsed during the week already. And even before the Stone Ages rambling, blah, 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 by the baboon of Barbaria. But this lasted for maybe 2 days maximum. And everybody knows that what really matters will be discussed by the new Primakov triangle, RIC, Russia, Iran, China. And of course, the Chinese are not going to play their game in public. This is going to be very discreet. Another reason why the Chinese could not possibly endorse anything that was discussed by the 4 Muslims, how can the Chinese possibly be the guarantor of a so-called peace plan and take the risk to be the guarantor when they know that they are dealing on the other side, they are dealing with a bunch of barbarians on the other side for them, remember Lavrov, the United States is non-agreement capable. That's even more forceful now than before applied to Ukraine, now applied to Iran, the same thing. So the Chinese will never risk their diplomatic reputation. So that's why the conversations that really matter will be between the RIC, the new Primakov triangle, Russia, and we will only know at the last minute. And just to finish this stretch, Nima, yesterday, the Iranian ambassador in Moscow comes up, he gives an interview to TASS, and he reiterates the same Iranian points from the beginning, now reduced to 4. There used to be 9, then 5, but the 4 main ones, everybody knows the 4 main ones. End of the war, end of their new sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, guarantees that they won't be attacked again. This means guarantees at the level of UN Security Council. It doesn't matter much because the Americans break any guarantees. But there's got to be guarantees that the whole planet can see that it's a document over there. And if the Americans break it, it's proven that they broke it. And of course, the nuclear program, the civilian nuclear program, continues. Everybody knows this. So when you compare these 4 points with the China-Pakistan 5 points, there's a lot of discrepancy. So the only rational explanation is that the Chinese didn't want to compromise themselves with anything, knowing that they cannot trust many, I would say most of these other Muslim nations. Pakistan, maybe because they have a closer relationship. They cannot trust Turkey. They cannot trust Egypt, even though Egypt is a BRICS member, but Egypt basically, their government is aligned with the Zionists. And Saudi Arabia, once again, the wild card, the joker. Nobody knows where Saudi Arabia is going next. So this whole thing, Nima, it's amazing. It lasted less than 3 days. After 3 days, the whole thing collapsed, and the new narrative was Trump is going to announce a land invasion. Or he's going to announce that he's bringing the troops home. A lot of very well-informed American analysts were saying before, he's going to announce that he's bringing the troops home because he's looking at the numbers, he's looking at his popularity plunging to a dark abyss, he's looking at the bond market, he's looking at the oil market, he's looking at the SP 500. In the end, this is what we saw. We saw an unhinged psycho killer basically saying that they want to destroy a nation of 90 million people. What kind of de-escalation is that? This is even worse than a land invasion. Any land invasion, as we all know, Nima, is condemned to beyond failure. It's not even failure. But this is worse. This is a deliberate bombing of the infrastructure of a whole state, and with no discrimination. The way he framed, obviously, his English is an English of a 3-year-old maximum. But the way he spoke it, reading his own teleprompter, by the way, is that this is an extermination, a decapitation campaign against the whole population of Iran. And that's why it's so serious. And it doesn't, I'm not surprised by the fact that there's not a single repudiation coming from the so-called international community. Nothing. Nobody's saying anything.
Pepe, I think you're right about
this way. Sorry if I ask you. I would like to ask you a question. Did you interpret his speech the same way?
Yeah, I did. I really think that he's gonna attack each and everything in Iran when it comes to the hospitals, pharmaceutical plants, schools, universities, everything, highways, everything. He's gonna destroy. He wants to destroy everything before leaving the Middle East. That's the plan on his part, because from the strategic point of view, the whole operation was a total failure. He couldn't do anything militarily to defeat Iran militarily and strategically. That's why he's attacking civilians, because he wants to bring the pain to the society. He wants to put the Iranian economy in some sort of turmoil, problems, popping up in Iran. This is what he's planning for, because he couldn't do it militarily, strategically, defeating Iran. But, the repercussions of what he's going to do and what he has done so far are grave for the whole region. It's unbelievably that I think that's important to consider. How that would influence the whole region, not only the Arab states, together with Israel, I would say. Is Israel going to survive that? This is, I think, as time goes by, with 2 or 4 weeks ahead, Iran gonna hit Israel the way that they have never experienced before. They're gonna hit everything in Israel if the United States start or continue on this path. I don't know how is that going to play out for Donald Trump. How do you see the pressure on Israel? How do you see the way that Iran would bring some sort of, disaster? Israel would somehow stop, everything gonna stop in Israel.
Which will be the next logical step in the Iranian strategy. Raise Israel to the ground, paralyze the functioning of the Israeli economy and the Israeli state, attack all their key nodes, basically paralyze them, make that mini state non-viable. They have 4 weeks to do that. Considering that they have not even started properly, 4 weeks is more than enough to destroy most of what carries some sort of value in Israel. Connectivity corridors, research centers, scientific centers, especially all the military nodes, all the special military. Israel basically it's small, but it's an enormous military base. So hit all the key nodes of this military base. They can do this in 4 weeks. And then obviously we're going to have once again a phone call to the White House, and all bets are off on what the baboon is going to say. He could say, there's nothing I can do to help you. He can say, look, I'm leaving this war, it's not my war. Or he could double down and bomb even more of Iran. We don't know what might happen, but there's a serious possibility that he will extricate himself. Of course, he cannot do that because we all know why. Nah? The donors, compromise on Epstein files, you name it. But considering that now he is, if there was a psychological examination of his brain at the moment, the result would be lunatic asylum straight away. Considering that he now is completely unhinged, anything is possible. As long as he has something after these self-imposed 4 weeks to sell to domestic American opinion, not to the world, because nobody around the world is buying anything he says anymore, but to a fraction of US public opinion, that he won, which is the famous, okay, that's it, we bombed everything, we won, let's do something else. Which is what he could have said that yesterday. He had an opening to do that yesterday. He decided, perhaps at the last minute, to prolong it for another 2 to 4 weeks. Once again, and now our analysis of destruction of Iran as much as possible totally fits. In his revengeful mind, that's it. Since I could not win, I'm going to destroy them.
Frustrated with the way you currently file your taxes? What if you could track your tax expert's progress?
But obviously, he's not calculating, because he's not a strategist. He's not calculating the amount of punishment that Iran can deliver to Israel in the next few weeks. So that's why we still don't know how he would react by the end of April. Because in his mind, this thing ends one way or another by the end of April, because in May, there's the trip to China. He needs to arrive in China with something. He cannot arrive in China as a defeated potentate. And of course, starts thinking about the midterms already. And of course, in parallel, inbuilt in all that, there's the destruction of the global economy. If this thing goes on for another 4 weeks, then the destruction of the global economy is irreversible, and it's going to take years to more or less come back to something approaching a normality. And everybody already agrees on that. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, even American studies already agree about it. Some are saying that if we stopped now, it would take until the end of the year, maybe next year, to go back to some sort of normality. If it goes on for another 4 weeks, then we should start thinking about years of disaster ahead. So that's it. We are in the path of, in another 4 weeks, the amount of disaster inflicted on the global economy will be irreversible, with unimaginable consequences, especially for indebted countries, countries that have no access to oil and gas, you name it. It's terrifying, Nima. Can you imagine? Because essentially, if we want to narrow it down, essentially because of two war criminals, most of the planet is plunged into this dark void. It is really, it's terrifying. Yes, please, go ahead.
The war, Pepe, so far, look at the targets that Iranian had. It was basically radars, the gathering of American soldiers, you know, the weapons, ammunition, everything they had in the region. They were basically the main targets of Iranian attacks, not only in the Arab states, but also in Israel as well. You know, so right now, I think one of the reasons you look at the curve, you know, initial days of this war, you see the curve of the number of drones and missiles fired by Iran was so high. Then as they destroyed everything in these bases, you see the number is just getting, you know, to the stable line. And right now, I think the sustainability of war was in the mind of Iran, how to sustain this war, how to continue this war as time goes by. But if the United States escalates, because Donald Trump is talking about 4 weeks, in the mind of Iranian, it's not 4 weeks, it's going to be long game. Long war. You know, even Israeli media is just saying that. You know, yesterday they have more than 760 drones were shot at Israel, and mostly sensitive locations in Israel were hit by these drones. And the estimation on the part of Israelis is that these Iranians are producing huge number of accurate and cheap attack drones. And Iran is preparing for a long battle. This is the calculation on the part of Israelis. I think that's the reality that, you know, from what I understand, you know, from the Iranian military and their strategy is this way. They want to continue this war. They won't, you know, go up and down. If some escalation happening, as Donald Trump was talking about yesterday, they're going to respond the same way, even twofold, you know, 2 times, 3 times the way that they're attacking Iranian infrastructure. But we have to understand that all around Iran, you see from Iraqi Kurdistan, you know, going to the south, we have these American bases, these, you know, somehow collaborators with the United States. So Iran must take care of all of these issues around the country. That's why, you know, I think even with the attacks on desalination, schools, water resources, Iran keeps its focus on the strategic targets. But as these targets are totally depleted, I think, totally, you know, out of work, they're not working anymore for the United States, that could hugely influence the economy in a long run, as you've mentioned, because it goes to the oil facilities, gas facilities, desalination. These are huge escalations, as Donald Trump was talking about it just yesterday.
Well, the most rational strategy for Iran now would be to raise Israel to the ground, much more than the Gulf petromonarchies. And the Gulf petromonarchies, the important stuff in Bahrain and Kuwait was already hit. They can re-hit them. Saudi Arabia depends on how Saudi is going to act from now on, of course. And the key target is the Emirates. Because, once again, the Emirates are de facto at war against Iran. So Iran should go against the infrastructure of the Emirates. And that's it. It's not very complicated to erase it, because they already know what's coming from the Epstein syndicate combo, which is indiscriminate bombing, nonstop. So they have to respond in kind. And these are the two key targets, Israel and UAE. Probably this is going to be the logic already starting from now on, the next few weeks. And obviously, off-ramps are out of the question. You saw the attempted assassination of Kamal Karazi. His wife was killed, and he's probably seriously injured. He was one of the last negotiators still alive. After Karazi, there will be no negotiators left. It will be an IRGC hardcore. That's it. And they will go all the way. So the possibilities of an off-ramp they diminished substantially this week, this past 48 hours. So that's it. We are into the logic we are into the infernal escalation machine, as I dubbed it in one of my articles last week. We are right in the middle of a non-holds-barred escalation machine with no off-ramp. It is terrifying, really. At least from the point of view, coming back to the big picture, we already have some of the results of this war, whatever happens next. One, the Empire of Chaos will never gonna get these military bases in West Asia back. Never. These are gone forever. Number one. And this was one of Iran's demands. Number two, the new regime in the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. It's not gonna back to what it was before. It will be negotiated with Oman. So the Iranians already set up how it's gonna work on Iranian territorial waters. And Oman can do the same thing if tankers go through Omani territorial waters. Same thing. But it's both of them. It's a different system, completely different. Half of it is already in effect. That's it. You need to pay the toll booth. You need to communicate your essential information. You need approval by the IRGC Navy. Then it's okay. There are different strata. You can have government-to-government deals. For instance, already applies to Sri Lanka, Thailand, Philippines, India, already applies. It may apply to Iraq. It may apply to others as well later. With China, no problem. It's part of their strategic partnership. So let's see the West, and especially the West that applies sanctions to Iran. These are completely red card to all of them. So we will depend to perhaps individual Western nations trying to strike deals with Iran. That's another story. But the new system is already there. It has been approved by the Iranian parliament, and that's it. It's going to become law, and that's it. And there's nothing nobody can do about that. So these results are not provisional results. These are long-term results of the war already in front of us. And the third one, which is more immaterial, almost metaphysical, is that the aura of invincibility of the empire, it's over also forever. And this has been seen by the Arab street, by the lens of Islam, by the global south, by everybody who has eyes and a functioning brain. That's it. They will never recover from that. So couple all of the above with the petro-yuan in effect in the most important choke point of the planet. That's it. You have, I would say, 70 to 80% of the most important consequences of the war already happening. So what are they planning to achieve, Nima? Bomb Iran to rubble. Is this going to change any of the above? No, absolutely nothing. The horror story will be, of course, for Iran as a nation and for 90 million Iranians. But they may rebuild. They have in them to rebuild. And the example of a sovereign resistance civilization state going head to head with the empire practically alone and making the empire scream, wow. This is the big lesson of the 21st century, which none of us was expecting would happen so fast. It's happening right now in front of us. This is the way multipolarity begins, under fire. There's no other way. That's it. So obviously, Nima, we cannot expect those barbarians to understand conceptually what we're talking about. They feel that everything that they had imagined, not planned because they didn't plan anything, everything that they imagined went horribly wrong. Now they want it to end, they don't know how. And they know that if it ends with their defeat, with their strategic defeat, which hurts even more. So there's no way out for them. This, in many ways, explains their blind rage. So, their blind rage is diverted to bombing civilian infrastructure. If this is going to change anything, no, it won't. And it will harden Iranian resolve even more. Now I have a question for you, Nima. It's very sensitive. It's of course it's speculative, considering it comes from different points across the Shiite world, across the Arab world, across Islam as well, and some informed people across the West. Can we say that the IRGC now is in full control of the Iranian state? And Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei is a sort of virtual, referential, very important figure, but he's not making the final decisions. I'm asking for your personal analysis. You can give your analysis as an Iranian. It doesn't have to be a geopolitical analysis.
No,
right?
no. I think what's going on in the era of, the new leader, the new supreme leader of Iran, Mojtaba Khamenei, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, is that he's going to be pretty much, in my opinion, he's going to have the same sort of relationship with IRGC. It means that after all, he's going to call the shots. It's not IRGC, but he has a very robust and close relationship with IRGC. Somehow we can say that both are the same, I think the correct way is that there is no gap between the two. That's why they're so united in their goals, in their aims, in their objectives. So there is no way to go, to find something bit in between, some sort of gap. So what would be the strategy as time goes by with this war in the Middle East, in my opinion, would be the supreme leader of Iran, together with IRGC, they don't see these Arab states, the people who are living in these Arab states, as their enemy. They see them as their brothers, as their sisters. This is the reality. People need to understand that. And what is happening in terms of the leaderships in this country is something totally different. And they recognize the difference between the people and the leadership in these countries. And that's why I think in a long run, the policy would be getting closer to the people in the region, making the resistance, the whole Pepe, you look at the axis of resistance, it's not based on, some people who are running the show, who are close to each other, the leader of, resistance in Iraq and the leader of resistance in Yemen. It's about the people. The Shia faith that is bringing all of them together. I think that after what has happened in Gaza, in the West Bank, is bringing not only Shia Muslim, but Sunni Muslim all together. That's a new sort of tone. That's a new sort of attitude, a new sort of move that is happening from within the Muslim community. And many people in the West, they don't understand it. They don't appreciate what's going on. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about he wants to make some sort of alliance against the acts of resistance. God, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. If MBS or MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed, tries to make some sort of alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu, it's going to be here, MBZ together with his people, going to be 20 people, 100 people. That's all. It's not about the population in those countries. We have to understand that. We have to understand what's going on. You've mentioned the case of Bahrain, the case of Kuwait. These are huge, sort of changes that are happening in the region. And Iran understands that. That's why I don't see, even not only between IRGC and the supreme leader of Iran, I would say even those people mostly to the, the reformists, you see the way that, Pezeshkian, just compare Pezeshkian today and Pezeshkian what it was when he was elected. You just read his tweets today, yesterday, and the tweets he was posting before, when he got elected in Iran.
The open letter.
The tone has changed. The tone has changed. There is no difference. The people trying to draw a line between IRGC and reformists and leader, I think they're all getting together because this is Iran fighting the empire. Is not, IRGC fighting the empire. It's Iran, the whole Iran, the population. Iran as a country is fighting the empire and its vassal, its proxy in the Middle East, which is Israel. This is the reality, I think.
Did you have I haven't seen this anywhere. Was there any direct communication between Ayatollah Sistani or Ayatollah Sistani's office and Ayatollah Mujtaba so far?
They have.
I haven't found this anywhere.
They have close connections. They have close connections. Actually, he was congratulating Mujtaba Khamenei on his new position as the supreme leader of Iran. He issued.
Sure, but I'm talking about the closer context, not only this formal acknowledgement.
I see.
People are talking. I imagine
they're talking all the time, 24/7. They're talking to each other. There is not only between Ayatollah Sistani and supreme leader of Iran, but also the whole axis of resistance. They are communicating with each other.
That's for sure.
That's a huge communication line that is happening. Before Pepe, the war happening, nobody was even thinking of the resistance in Iraq. They did everything. We were talking about Yemenis and Ansarullah. We were talking about Hezbollah. And how they were underestimating the two parties, Yemenis and Hezbollah. They're totally different from what they were pictured before in the mainstream media. And right now, they know the reality of these two forces. The importance of Iraq, Pepe, is something else because Iraq is on the border, has a common border with Iran, and they are close to these, Iraqi Kurdistan, these Kurdish, terrorist groups. They are the basic line against these Kurdish terrorists if they decide to do something. That's why I think Iran has totally dominated the region so far. Everything is under the control of Iran. And that's why many people, they're so comfortable with the war they're in. They know what they're doing. They know what is the long run, what would be in a long run. But Donald Trump is trying to disrupt everything by attacking civilians, by bring the pain to the people. This is what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And the other point, Pepe, for you, my question to you is how Russia sees the whole situation right now. We had...
That's tricky. That's very, very tricky. Very tricky. Well, we were supposed to go there this month, but they canceled everything in Moscow. We were told that there's total concentration on the war. So, meetings or conferences, they cancel everything in April. But there's the debate now in Moscow. It's very sophisticated. It's very tricky because there are a lot of people making direct comparisons between the Kremlin's attitude towards the SMO and the Iranians' attitude towards the American war against them. And some of these comparisons are not very flattering to the Russians. We can imagine how. But still, it's these discussions are very, very tricky because depending on how you formulate it, you can instantly be branded as non-patriotic or a traitor. So you can compare the methodology of the SMO, of the Kremlin, of the Russian Ministry of Defense, and the fact that why they have not, I would say, went for the kill, for the jugular of NATO so far. And we understand the motivation long term. And of course, in the case of Iran, they need to go for the jugular like they started to do from the beginning, because for them it's an existential war. It's a war inside the Iranian nation. The war in Ukraine is different. It's inside the new regions of Russia, but it comes from outside. It comes from another nation supported by NATO. That's a completely different story. But I'm very curious next time I am in Moscow to get deeper into it, because there are some rumblings that maybe the situation is about to change. That perhaps Russia this year, finally they go for the coup de grace, And the pieces of the puzzle are, being moved in a sense that Russia has a very strong probability this year to go for the kill, if they choose to. Iran is not a matter of choosing. Iran has only one choice: defend themselves and inflict maximum punishment to the Americans and the Israelis. It's different. So, but in terms of the support, for instance, what Lavrov said a few days ago was fascinating. He confirmed that Russia is supporting Iran, but he didn't get into details, because these details are a matter of the Minister of Defense and the big guy up there. It's a state secret, but everybody knows that it's substantial, especially in terms of intelligence, and especially in terms of precise satellite coordinates for the Iranians, so they know exactly what they're going to strike, and they strike with maximum precision. This is the merit of Russian intel, no question about that. So this is not going to change. And of course, there is, once again, rumors, but okay, we have to, first we have to see where these rumors are coming from. That there was an unmistakable message from the Kremlin that if Israel tries a tactical nuke or even a nuke against Iran, there will be consequences. And I'm sure the Americans got the message. Obviously, those psycho killers in Tel Aviv, they don't get messages from anybody. But I'm sure the Americans got the message and told the Israelis, go slow, because then if it happens, it's not us. Huh? You're on your own. But the situation, as we all see, is moving literally all the time. It's totally fluid. It can go anywhere. All horrible options remain on the table. And of course, because of that, all the possible rational off-ramps are not on the table, or they stay on the table 1-2 days and then they disappear again.
I think, Pepe, what the outcome of this war for Iran would be, they're going to, after all, they're going to withdraw from NPT. Iran is not going to be part of NPT.
They have to. They have to. They have to. There's no sense for them to be in the NPT anymore.
Yeah. And in terms of the nuclear program, Iran is not going to negotiate with the United States. Iran doesn't care anymore about sanctions, about anything. Because right now with the Strait of Hormuz, and their plan is somehow changing from petrodollar to yuan dollar. They know how important it is.
It's already petro-yuan. And they found a source of income. So they don't even need to sanction. So what? Now we have our own income. We collect our own income in our own territory. This beats any sanctions. In fact, they found with one move, it's fascinating, Nima, at the same time they beat sanctions, SWIFT, and petrodollar with one move. This is beyond clever. Obviously, they gamed that before. This was one of the first things, obviously, that they gamed years ago, certainly. But that's what it took to, and this is the move that destabilized the empire completely. Once again, because these idiots never, I'm not talking about the industrial military complex as a whole. I'm talking about the idiots around Trump, the 3 or 4 people that he listens to. Obviously, they never planned it. They never thought that this would be feasible. Once again, they thought that they had a weekend war, that they would win, and on Monday it'll be mission accomplished, and the market's going up. And now it's too late. And you can see the rats scurrying as the Titanic flounders, right, Nima? He's trying to throw anybody in front of him under the bus. It's not my responsibility. Now it's the responsibility of NATO as well. So it's the planet's responsibility, except his. And he's the guy who gave the final order. Typical, man. Cowards. All cowards react the same way.
I think NATO is done, Pepe, with what has happened in this war against Iran. Because Europeans are somehow, even Austria came out today, said you cannot use our airspace to attack or bases to attack Iran. And this is the new reality that Donald Trump is so much difficult for him to digest, because for such a long time he was putting pressure on them, from 2% to 5%. No, the people would ask themselves in Europe, what is happening? If they cannot defend, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and how come they can, how come can they, how come would that be possible? Or somehow, is it possible for the United States to help Europe anymore? Because they have these forces in Germany for such a long time. It's not something new. In the aftermath of World War II, they're in Germany, and AfD, the head of AfD is talking about the United States should leave Germany. This is the reality. The new reality is not just about the leadership, but the people are feeling that way. What is the importance of the United States in Europe anymore? If Iran can remove the United States from the Middle East, for Russia, it's going to be just easy to remove the United States if they attack. And Europe needs to make some sort of understanding of what's going on. I think with the Strait of Hormuz, they're coming to some sort of sense. They want to break a deal for Iran, with Iran, without the United States. Do you see that happening in Europe, understanding the reality?
Let's say that it took them something like this, which is, okay, sooner or later, you're going to have zero energy to wake them up a little bit. We don't know what's going to happen next. Another very important and in effect consequence of the war, the progressive dismantling of NATO. It's already in effect. NATO, many of us were talking, okay, the NATO and the EU are going to collapse. It's going to take a while. It's going to be a parallel process. Much, much faster than any of us could ever imagine. NATO is already collapsing now, in real time, in front of all of us. And it was not because of Ukraine, of the proxy war in Ukraine. It's because of the empire, the war of choice of the empire against Iran, because then it touches, it's, of course, Ukraine has an energy component, no question. But this is much, much more serious. The Strait of Hormuz is the ultimate bottleneck. If you touch the Strait of Hormuz, the whole global economy is affected. And Europeans, now they see that they don't have energy, extra energy from anywhere. No Russia, no Qatar, nothing. They have to do something. So maybe this is the beginning of, I wouldn't bet on it, Nima, considering the astonishing mediocrity of the whole European political class, with 2 or 3 exceptions. But obviously they are already starting to, okay, we need to do something. Okay, at least. But the process of the parallel collapse of the EU and NATO got a big boost with the war as well. That's another positive consequence. How they're going to fare without the US, that's another story. It's their problem. They never thought this day would come. It's right, it's knocking on their doors now, and they have to come up with a solution. And when you hear, of course, they will never change their mindset from one day to another. I was reading the usual, Polish or Baltic Chihuahuas, Finland, saying now we need to reconstitute our defenses against Russia. It's always against Russia, right? Okay, with their spectacular armies, we cannot conquer a hot dog stand, and they want to reconstitute their armies to fight Russia. Good luck.
Amazing. Yeah. I think Donald Trump asking Poland to send their Patriot.
They say, no, we have 1 or 2.
After South Korea, right now, Poland, and are you gonna, send everything to help Israel? It's unbelievable.
It is.
People need to understand, the United States is prepared to sacrifice everything for Israel.
Of course, but now it's in the open. It's not unbelievable. It's believable because now everyone has proof in front of the whole planet that the only thing that matters for them is that cult over there. Everybody else is a vassal that you can use, you can profit from. But, when the going gets tough, that's it. You have to save the death cult.
Yeah. Obrigado, Pepe.
Opa, obrigado a você. Melhorou o meu humor. Eu estava muito deprimido.
Mas eu acho que...
I told Nima that I was very depressed. By talking to him, spirits lift.
Exactly. Thank you, Pepe. Grande prazer, como sempre.
Grande prazer. Thank you.
Stone Age if they don't behave and do what he wants. Meanwhile, don't worry about the nuclear program. Don't worry about their missiles. Don't worry about anything. Everything is in hand, and we have all the resources we need to bring everything into alignment with President Trump's preferences. Or so that's what he would have told us last night. Looking at the markets today, looking at the physical reality on the ground, leads to a somewhat different conclusion. And we're going to try to figure out what this means. If there's a disparity between what President Trump said and what's reality on the ground, which one is going to win the fight here? And we have back with us today Jim Jeffers, former U.S. diplomat, GOP Senate Foreign Relations Policy Advisor, and just somebody who's really good on all these things, especially in the Middle East. Jim, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Colonel. Great to be back as always.
It is always a pleasure to have you on here. Look, let's just get right into it. I want to play this one soundbite here from President Trump last night, where he's, I think, trying to reassure America and the markets that he's in control.
I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing.
Okay, let's just look at the last part of that first there. Back to the Stone Age where they belong. Now, it was somebody, and I'm trying to remember who it was back in January, that was saying, you know what, those protesters, those wonderful Iranian people, they deserve to be free, and we're going to liberate them. They should rise up, and we will come. Help is on the way, it said. And now it looks like that help is, I'm going to bomb you all into the Stone Age where you belong. How is that message being received, let's say, in Iran?
Well, you know, you've had the problem going, what are we going to rename it now? Operation Epic Fury to Operation Fred Flintstone. I mean, look, he's made it clear that this is not just a regime change operation now, if it ever was, that since that doesn't seem to be a viable path anyway, that our chances of installing Shah Jr. on the throne there are next to nothing, that what we're going to try to do is destroy Iran as a state, to reduce it to the kind of chaos that we've seen in Libya and Syria. And I think that fits in with Israeli goals perfectly well, and possibly with Trump's goals, at least superficially. But then the trouble is, how does he deal with the problems that this war has in fact caused, namely not the closing, but let's say the Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz? Unless he can really reduce Iran to a non-functional state where they can't exercise that control, he's basically caught in the trap of his own making. And because remember, the Strait of Hormuz wasn't the problem for anybody before he started this war. Now it's the problem. The Iranians saying that they're going to be the ones controlling that strait, charging the tolls and so forth. You know, they'll loop the Omanis in because they control the point on the other side of the strait from Iran. But he's got a real problem on his hands now. He tried to minimize the Hormuz problems last night, saying, well, they're defeated. You other boys can come in, get your own oil, help yourselves. That's not much of a solution. So if that was designed to calm the markets, he had a really peculiar way of going about it.
Well, and let's take a look at the other part of what he said there, because I mean, on the domestic, even aside from the markets, which we'll get to in a minute, but of the American people, because that's who his ostensible audience was, addressing the nation from the Oval Office in prime time. And he said, listen, we got this all hands. We're achieving all of our objectives, and maybe in another 2-3 weeks at the outside, we'll have this wrapped up. Now, President Trump has been one of the most infamous in American history at walking things back, and you can't really take things at face value, but he's trying to calm the American public. But upon what basis even might he justify a near-term exit like that when we're now in about 5 weeks in, and as far as I can tell, none of our objectives have been met?
Well, you know, prior to the speech, there was a lot of speculation. Is he going to declare victory and walk away? Which I think a lot of people assumed he probably couldn't do. On the other hand, he could have announced that he was beginning some ground operation in Iran, and there's been a lot of discussion about how not only disastrous that would likely turn out to be, but how little it could possibly accomplish, even if it were successful. So if his goal last night was to tell the American people, look, I've got this all in hand, just two weeks to flatten the curve here, and it'll all be wrapped up in 2 or 3 weeks, he didn't really show any real prospect for doing that. On the one hand, he's declaring that, he stated it several times, the Iranians have already been defeated. They've been defeated. They've been defeated. And now we're going to go in and hit them with everything we got if they don't admit that they've been defeated. So unless the American people are utterly, unless they have no concept of logic at all by which to analyze what he says, or whether they're just so completely in the Trump camp that everything he says is gospel and they take it on faith, none of this makes any sense. But then again, it hasn't made any sense from the beginning.
Well, and you mentioned the strait several times. I want to show something here to validate what you said a second ago. Is it prior to this, on the far left-hand side there, you see the 3 days prior to the start of this war, where that was the normal amount of traffic that was going through all these different ships that were coming through the different categories. And then you see basically it's just trickling along at that point since. And all of those have come through because they have played ball by the holders of the gate now, which is Iran, and you see the volume is quite low. Now, one of the things President Trump said is, don't worry about that. It's not a big deal. Well, that was echoed earlier in the day by General Jack Keane.
Our commanders are confident that they can open and secure these straits going forward. The plan would be to pass this responsibility to our allies and then let them continue with it, and we will pull away. How we negotiate that transfer, yet to be seen. The other thing you mentioned is Karg Island. For our viewers to understand, Karg Island, 90% of the oil distribution goes through that island. It reaches it by pipelines, and then the ships are loaded out of the distribution points. And we've already taken down all the military targets on that island. We have a choice to make. Do we occupy it and take control of it, or blockade it, or we destroy it? That is a presidential decision. In any way, what the result will be quite profound. And I believe it's checkmate for the regime.
Checkmate for the regime. 2 moves he said in there. Let's take them in order. The first one is, he said, our military leaders are confident that they can get the strait open. We have no problem doing that. And I can't help but go back to this chart here. And I'm thinking, okay, since day one, that's just been a little trickle of a number, which hasn't changed much. And anything that has gone through is only because the Iranians have chosen what to go through, meaning nothing the military leaders have done have changed anything in that whatsoever. So I just thought that was odd on the surface of it. But then he just, without even taking a breath, just says, yeah, but our allies will take care of that. I mean, and Trump himself said, it's easy. You can do this, no problem. What do you make of what our allies are even thinking here? We'll stay a look first with the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I'll tell you, I think we're having decisions made by people who would not know an OODA loop from a hula hoop here. I mean, this is just amazing. Look, first off, the Iranians have made it clear, you come after our oil resources, you come after Karg Island, we're going to destroy all of the gas and oil capacity in the Persian Gulf. The Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, and so forth. That's something that even when this war ends, is not going to get turned on immediately, months or years. It would take to rebuild all that infrastructure and get that out on the market. And as you point out with that chart, yeah, the strait is not really closed. It's closed to traffic that the Iranians don't want to let through. If you're meeting the Iranians' criteria, you're paying in rial or in yuan. If you're being approved for whatever your destination is, you're not one of the states hostile to run, that oil's getting through. And actually, we've seen that the Iranians are actually exporting more value of oil from now than they were from when the war began. So none of this makes any sense. And as far as inviting the allies in, you notice early on, he said, we're going to send the U.S. Navy in to reopen the strait. And I guess somebody with some common sense in the Navy said, Mr. President, we can't do that. And you notice the other navies are not lining up to do this thing either. So I don't know if he's listening to people like Jack Keane, whether he's listening to to people from the Israeli side. I can't help but think that the range of practical options that are being put in front of the president, saying you can choose A, B, and C, and if you do A, this will happen, B, this will happen, C, this will happen, that the options themselves are so badly misrepresented that he's being gamed, that he's being told you must choose this option because it will produce this result, even though they know damn well that won't be the result.
Which is really hard to fathom. And that certainly is not lost on any of our allies that President Trump has been trying to mock into taking some action. He yesterday specifically called out France and the UK. Keir Starmer later came back on it and said, this is not our war. We're not going to fight in it. We also had Spain saying you can't even use our airspace in this anymore. Not only are we not going to do that, you can't use our airspace. You have Meloni from Italy, Friedrich Merz from Germany saying, yeah, we're not going to do that. And now then this morning, you have Emmanuel Macron joining in and saying that opening the strait by force is not the option we have chosen. We consider it unrealistic. A military operation to reopen it would take an infinite amount of time and expose forces to immense coastal and ballistic risk. Now, one wonders if anyone in the White House or the Pentagon was saying that to President Trump, or if they did, they couch it in some way that, yeah, don't worry about it. I don't know, but I can't look, the numbers are what they are. You can't get past these numbers. They don't change. So whatever you've been thinking or whatever you were told, they're physically not manifesting on the ground, and our allies are definitely not coming. Where do we go from here?
You know, somebody suggested a funny thought to me the other day, is that maybe Trump really is trying to destroy the global American empire and the unipolar world and move to multipolarity. He's showed the Gulf states and the Saudis that our protection isn't worth a damn. He's destroying our relations with our NATO allies. And there was even some talk he might declare that we're getting out from NATO. Maybe he really is playing 8-dimensional chess to get rid of all these relationships that have been a disaster for us for the last couple of decades. And he's the only one who understands this game plan. It's an interesting thought, but I don't think it's true. I think he's doing this inadvertently. He's trying to maintain all of these relationships. He's trying to cajole the Europeans into getting involved in this mess. And even the Europeans are not stupid enough to do that. And you got to figure that the Saudis and the Emiratis and the others are ripping their hair out now, wondering how they ever got into this pickle where they placed all of their eggs in the American basket. And it turns out that those American guarantees aren't worth anything. So I think in that respect, he's just clutching at straws.
Well, it's certainly not going to have any effect because as much as the Europeans have bent over backwards to do everything they can to placate Trump with, you remember Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General, saying Trump was daddy and he was going to call the shots. And boy, we're doing everything we can to, spend 5% of GDP in the last year or so to make Trump happy. And Trump's never going to be happy. But there's a limit to what they're going to do. They're not going to go this far to literally just sacrifice their military to the bottom of the Persian Gulf. I don't think any chance that they're going to do that at all. Well, then that leaves the other part of what Jack Keane talked about, which is a boots on the ground option. And he specifically mentioned Cargo Island. There's a few other places that it could be, but it seems that is getting more and more resonance here. And the day before this speech, I think it was, or maybe 2 days before, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth addressed the issue of boots on the ground.
As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. Not to. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one, President Trump, to call them out for what they are, he's not going to repeat those lessons.
Now, let me just ask you, as someone who's got diplomatic experience and certainly some common sense and logic, What do you make of his statement there at the first part, just related to boots? 15 different options, things we can do. Well, of course, you can never take anything off the table ever if you're going to have negotiations. Is that accurate? Because it seems to me, and this is what I'd like you specifically to talk about, I can have any number of options on the table, like I'm going to fly to the moon in a hot air balloon. You can say that it's not really an option because I recognize that once you get up to the top of the atmosphere, it ain't going no further, but you can say it all day long. Is it helpful for diplomacy to say that we have all these options if the other side doesn't really believe it?
Well, I think the other side is going to believe that we do have options of things we could do, not necessarily they would be successful. I mean, there are presumably there's more than one target for what a possible ground operation would be. None of them look particularly good, but I guess you could keep the other side guessing as to which of the many harebrained schemes you might embark upon. I don't know that there's any sense in which this is directed toward negotiation. As we've seen in recent days, Trump has repeated over and over again that we have negotiations going on with the new government or the new authorities who are more reasonable in Iran, and the negotiations are going well. And the Iranians keep coming back and saying, "What negotiation? There are no negotiations going on. What is the man talking about?" So I think that all this, any talk of negotiations from the American side is going to be regarded by the Iranians rightly as simply another deception. Back when he sent his two negotiators, who were they? I don't know, Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel or somebody like that. I forget their exact names. To go talk to the Iranians and make them believe that we're negotiating good faith while we're getting ready to attack them. I don't think the Iranians are going to take any of that talk seriously. I don't think this has anything to do with possible negotiations. It has to do. I'm sorry to say, I think it is a lead up to some kind of a ground attack that, getting back to Jack Keene's comments, is totally misunderstood as to how that's likely to work out for us. Even if we were successful in seizing Kharg Island, does he really think that we would then have our hand on the spigot that can turn the Iranian oil supplies on and off at will, the way we can do now with Venezuela? There's no way that's going to work out. If at best we're able to seize Kharg Island and hold it, the Iranians will simply turn off the oil from the mainland. They're not going to let us control it through that outlet. So I don't know what these people are thinking. The effect would be, if we could carry out successfully any one of these 15 operations, and of course, as you know, that's highly unlikely in the first place.
Well, and let's to the point of what does the other side think of these 15 options. We had a pretty in-your-face, bold one here from Kadyrov, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, who, in response to what President Trump said last night, published a long letter talking about his own military experience in the Iran-Iraq war and how he had lost his brother and a number of other friends, and basically saying that they're going to fight on. And the bottom of his letter here, I highlighted it because I thought it's really important. He says, right now, in less than a week, a powerful national campaign sweeping across the country has brought forward around 7 million Iranians who have already stepped up and declared they're ready to pick up arms and stand in defense of our nation. Let me tell you something straight from the gut. Iranians don't just talk about defending their country. We bleed for it. We've done it before, and we're ready to do it again. You come for our home, you're going to meet the whole family. Locked, loaded, and standing tall. Bring it on. He doesn't seem to be afraid of any potential ground operations anywhere it is. And in fact, the IRGC leader said a similar thing. He said, and this is, I think, also today, he said to Secretary Hegseth, it's you who are carrying your soldiers to the grave, not Iran, which you dream of dragging back to the Stone Age. Hollywood illusions have so poisoned your minds that a nation with just 250 years of history dares to threaten a civilization that has stood for over 6,000 years. So it seems to me that at least the Iranian side rhetorically is saying, hey, bring it on. We've seen Abbas Araghchi say this at the beginning. He said, yeah, you want to come at us? We're ready for it. Do you think that that's just empty bluster, or do they really have that much confidence that if we do try to go on the ground, they think it's going to go well for them?
I think it's real. I mean, you remember that TV series Red Dawn about a communist invasion of the United States? I think there were two versions of it, one with Russians and one with North Koreans. And there's one scene where they're going to execute a prisoner, and they're arguing about whether it's right or not. And one of them says, because we live here, he shoots the guy, Why do we not think that people in other countries feel like that? that, we really do seem to expect that when we go there and say, hey, we're in your country and we're shooting people, but they're just the bad guys because we're the good guys, that they're going to accept that and greet us with flowers, rather than saying, what the hell are you doing here in my country? I may not like this government, but this is my country and my government that I don't like. It's not yours. It's not your call. You don't belong here. Why do we not think that other people in other countries would react that way? That even if you don't like this particular government, it's still my country, and I'm going to defend it if you come and invade us. And we saw that, by the way, in very stark relief when we helped enable Saddam Hussein's invasion of Iran and the war that went on in the 1980s. And Iranians, whether they like the current Islamic government or not, they fought for their country. And I think we could certainly expect that if we go in on the ground. In fact, I would think that whatever degree of dissent was going on in Iran up till now, and I think it was quite considerable regarding the current political structure, a lot of those people have rallied around the flag and around a government they may not particularly like, but it's their government.
Well, it is, and they are responding the way human beings do. It almost doesn't even matter. 6,000 years of history, 250, or somebody that's brand new. That's nearly the human course that we see. But there is a piece out in the Atlantic right now that's talking about, as they see it, two possibilities for the United States to do on the ground. Apparently, this is being considered in the White House. As thousands of additional U.S. troops arrive in the Persian Gulf, military officials are planning for two potential ground assaults into Iran, one on Karg Island, the hub of the country's energy industry, and the other to seize enriched uranium to hobble Iran's nuclear development program, according to three people familiar with the matter. They just need the go-ahead from President Trump. What do you say about the possibility that President Trump could give the go-ahead to either one of those? And based on what you saw last night, where do you think he is on that decision-making process?
I wouldn't be at all surprised if either one or both of those were to happen. I don't know how exactly would happen. We've talked about Karg, even if you manage to do it with all of the hazards that involves, what it actually would produce in terms of the end of this war. Quite the contrary, it seems to me would make the problems, especially on the world economy, a lot worse when all the other infrastructure in the Gulf is destroyed by the Iranians. As far as the uranium goes, again, he was talking out of both sides of his mouth. We've completely destroyed their nuclear program, but nonetheless, we have all this uranium, dust or something? We have to go seize? What is he going to send American forces traipsing through caves with Geiger counters, looking for wherever they might have hidden this stuff? Again, back to just the counterproductive nature of this war, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Iranians have quietly made the decision to go ahead and make a nuclear device, whether through their own resources or acquiring weapons from the North Koreans. I think we're getting very close to the possibility where Iran announces essentially breakout mode. Because, one of the things everybody talks about as this thing proceeds along the direction of the escalation is at what point, let's remember, the Israelis are taking some pretty hard hits now too. At what point do the Israelis decide the only way to deal with the Iranians is to hit them with nuclear weapons? The Iranians have to be thinking about that as well.
Now, you mentioned what the Iranians are thinking about. Well, we can know for sure what they're thinking about. You alluded to this a second ago, and here was Abbas Araghchi, I think the day before President Trump's speech, shooting down this idea that Trump had said earlier, I think it was yesterday morning, in one of his Truth Socials, that they are begging me for a ceasefire, and I'll consider it if they open up the Strait of Hormuz. But then about 5 hours before he released that, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said this.
We receive messages from the American side. Some are direct, and others come through our friends in the region. Wherever necessary, we respond to them. Therefore, there is currently no negotiation between us. Claims made in this regard are not correct. Our conditions for ending the war are clear. We do not accept a ceasefire. We are seeking an end to the war, not only in Iran, but across the entire region. We seek guarantees that such aggressions will not be repeated, as well as the payment of compensation for the extent of the damages inflicted on us and on the people of Iran.
Listen, those are maybe draconian. It might be the right word. Those are profound terms that he's saying, that whatever President Trump is thinking and whatever he said last night before the American people, militarily, we don't have the capacity, whether it's something on the ground, whether it's just keeping on with missile and rocket fire. They're not going to give in unless they get some pretty tall orders, which tells me, and then this is what I'd like your view on how you see things shaping out here. If they stick hard with their, we're not going to give up and we're going to hold out for the strong terms, do you think they have the capacity to endure more bombing just and relentless by the United States and Israel to hold out for those terms? Because if they can, you're talking, this is going to be a long-term issue, not something 2 or 3 weeks.
They've been very consistent about this. I mean, their position on saying that they won't accept a ceasefire is very similar to the Russian position in Ukraine, saying they won't accept a ceasefire there either. They want a solution that ends the causes of the conflict, not just a lull, a timeout, so the other side can go rearm and come hit them again. So the Iranians have been very, very clear about this. As far as compensation, yeah, they're in a position to achieve that one by self-help. As long as they control the Strait of Hormuz and they can charge what affect our tolls for shipping to come through there, yeah, they can pay themselves back. They have a pipeline into the funds to do that once the shooting stops. As far as the other two goes, I don't really know how that's going to work out, because even if you had the United States essentially crying uncle and say, okay, fine, we're going to get out of here. Whatever your demands are. You want our bases closed? We'll close our bases. You want us to lift the sanctions? We'll lift our sanctions. Can they really trust in those guarantees? Can they, even we've signed an agreement and we've made a treaty with them, or a Security Council resolution saying we're closing all of our bases in the Persian Gulf and we're lifting all of our sanctions. Would we necessarily abide by that? Would Trump abide by it? Would his successor abide by that? As far as negotiation goes, there's been a lot of talk that the Iranians are saying, okay, we won't talk to Witkoff and Kushner anymore. But there was some speculation that maybe J.D. Vance would be going to Pakistan, and the Pakistanis might want to act as some kind of intermediary. And maybe that was, I don't know if there was any truth to that, or maybe somebody on the Iranian side was floating that, to set the cat among the pigeons within the Trump administration, get them quarreling with each other. So there's a lot of speculation as to what might happen. But I think the Iranians have been very clear about, these are our standards. This is what we have to have. We won't accept a ceasefire. And Mr. Trump, you can blab all you want about us begging and this and that, but it's not going to make any difference.
Well, and then that leads to the next issue, and I'd like to discuss in the bulk of our time here together. And that is, what are the ramifications once this conflict comes to an end, by whatever means? And it matters by what means it does come to an end. But right now, I don't see any military solution for the United States or our allies combined that is going to bring this to an end. So that implies that even if it's a long time, it's going to be something closer to the Iranian terms what they're offering to anybody else. And that is going to profoundly, I think, change the balance of power throughout the world right now, because you kind of alluded to this a minute ago, the assumption, the operating assumption that everybody's had, that being a friend with America means that you're protected, and that, it's good for them to let us have their bases because that means that they were going to be protected and we could do it. And now then that has been exposed as being not true. Well, that lesson is not lost on people in the region, or as it appears outside the region, as Vladimir Putin took into consideration what's going on and said, hey, about energy security, I've got some other ideas.
События в Иране уже оказывают прямое влияние на энергетические рынки и транспортировку нефти и газа через Ормузский пролив. Все больше государств и компаний задумываются не только о скорости и стоимости перевоза. Решающим фактором становится безопасность и устойчивость транспортных маршрутов и логистических цепочек, которые менее подвержены кризисам, военным конфликтам и другим внешним рискам. Россия может предложить миру такие решения и сыграть важную роль в формировании новой архитектуры глобальной логистики и международной торговли в целом. Для наших партнеров российские логистические маршруты могут быть выгодны как экономически, благодаря сокращению сроков перевоза, так и с точки зрения диверсификации глобальных транспортных потоков.
So President Putin here is trying to portray himself as a very reasonable player, and said, listen, you see all this chaos over there in the Middle East. We've got some alternatives here, and we can work with our allies and anybody who wants to be our allies by implication there. And, you know, all during the time that you and I have talked about in the past, during the 4 years of the Russia-Ukraine war, of course, Europe was all about, especially the European Union, was demonizing Russia and saying they're this, you know, this monster who wants to come to us, and that, you know, Ukraine is this bulwark to stop them from coming. And my God, if they get that, they're coming for us. And now all of a sudden Putin's saying, you know what, I'm actually not coming for anybody. I've always said that. But now there's some incentive to change some views maybe in the Western world to say, maybe it's better to work on somebody who had a long history on the Russian side of giving us cheap, consistent gas that we didn't have to worry that much about, as opposed to what's going on over here and being asked to go and fight a war that we can't win and you know, apparently being cut off. Is that possible to change the dynamics in something that profoundly in such a short period of time?
I think conceivably it is. I mean, look, for Iran, this is an existential war in terms of a state and even of a civilization. I mean, we believe a bit about the Stone Age. For the United States, it's not existential for the safety and prosperity of the American people as such, for the American nation, but it is existential now for the global American empire. If we look at the profile the United States has taken since the end of the Cold War, where we're the unipolar power, we can control everything. You know, the petrodollar is the basis for the global financial system. We're the guarantor of global security. That could come crashing down if this war goes the wrong way. If we end up with the Iranians were the ones with a hand on the spigot, what comes in and out of the Persian Gulf, that the petro-yuan replaces the petrodollar as the standard of payment for energy in the world. If it's the Russian security guarantees that other countries rely on for the safety of their shipping and not American safety guarantees, yeah, the world does change rather fundamentally, and it could change very, very quickly. Now, regarding Mr. Putin's comments, is that the way he intends it, or is he somehow trying to claw it back to the world the way it was before the war, where somehow the Russians can play a role in stabilizing the markets that are still based on, you know, the petrodollar and the American security presence in the region? I suspect it's not that one. That would not make any sense for him, but he does have a track record of doing things that are very, not only cautious, but to my mind, even counterproductive to Russia's interests, if you look at the big picture. But yeah, in terms of the way things are going, we could see a fundamental change in the way the world is structured, the global economy, the supply chains, the financial system, and the whole thing, if the Iranians stick to their guns, which it appears they're doing.
And let's just take a look here at what the energy markets are doing right now. This is I think this is right. This is Brent, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, sorry. This is WTI. This is WTI crude. And you see that this right here is when President Trump started speaking last night. So you see the volume and the trade was around $99, and then dipped down a little bit lower than that, 98, et cetera, until he started speaking. And then it shot up, and now then today it has continued and has stayed up now at 111. And the West Texas Intermediate crude and Brent is now, I'm looking at a separate chart here, that is live right now up to 107 and continuing to bounce around. It also shot up there. So the question is, does President Putin have a point here? And what does that tell you what the market, especially the Brent, because that's kind of more of an international situation. Who are they listening to right now?
Well, as far as the Russians go, as you know, they're making a lot of money on this war when it comes to the price of oil. So in one way, they're benefiting from that. In terms of looking at that timeline, I can't help but wonder, I wonder if there were some guys who knew that, contrary to expectations, Trump would not be saying anything to calm the market, but actually drive the markets up. And maybe I can get some good buys in anticipation of a calming market and get them on their low and then watch them go up dramatically after he speaks. I'm sure nobody had any insider information like that. And of course, the next thing he says, maybe on Monday, I would predict that he'll say something to calm the markets and drive them back down again. And so the same guys can take some profits at the time. I don't know how much what Trump does is really aimed at the markets. I'm sure it is to some extent, and nothing else in anticipation of November and what things are going to look like then. I'm sure he's terrified that he's not going to be able to wrap it up one way or another before then. But let's face it, just like with the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a result of this war, not something that the war is meant to achieve, calming the market. If his goal was calming the markets or keeping the markets low, he wouldn't have started the damn war in the first place, would he? So in other words, I think that, yeah, he's got to take this into account. He's got his long to midterm eye on what the markets are doing in anticipation of the election. But other than day-to-day profit taking, I'm not sure that calming the markets is necessarily going to be his number one priority. He's got to fight.
Then what would be his number one priority?
I think his number one priority is to get out of this with a win. I mean, he's got to come out of this as the winner, and I don't know there's any reasonable prospect for him to do that. That's why when he's painted in the corner, since he had no plausible way to declare victory and get out of there, because A, the Iranians will not accept a ceasefire, and B, the Israelis aren't ready to call it quits either. He had no way of doing that. So the only way forward was escalation, and that's what we're looking at now. He's still essentially still on plan A. If we threaten them enough and inflict enough pain on the Iranians will cry uncle, even though I don't think that's going to happen. But I think that's the only way he sees to go forward.
Well, if he continues to go down that path, and as the Speaker Ghalibaf said, as the IRGC leader said, as Abbas Araghchi said, as any just cursory examination of the Iranian country in the last 47 years, much less the previous 6,000, one could say that they're not likely to have done that. And if he keeps going down this unwinnable path, he's not only not going to have a victory, he could end up costing the United States significantly. That leads to one other thing I want to talk about here. If President Putin was talking about, alternatives for energy, Sergei Lavrov, the longtime, probably the world's most experienced diplomat, is saying, you know what, President Trump, by going down this path, could end up changing the whole dynamics of how the world, a new world order, so to speak. Here's what he said.
We can say that we are in the middle of a reshaping of the new world, of the world order, that will hopefully lead to the formation of a stable and fair multipolar world. But right now, this restructuring looks more like disruption. And what we're witnessing now has all the indicators of escalating into a broader conflict that some have already dubbed World War III.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you.
I mean, that's almost a double warning. On the one hand, hey, listen, there's going to be a reshaping here because people around the world are going to recalibrate and recalculate. Is it a good idea to be friends with America if they're this unstable? That's on the one hand, which is profound by itself. I mean, that's a little geopolitical earthquake that could be in the process. But then, of course, it could get a little darker. As he said, this could escalate into World War III. Do you think he's being hyperbolic, or is there something to his argument?
No, I think he's got a very sober and realistic assessment. It's funny, all the sock puppets cheering this war on all over all the networks have been saying, short-term pain, long-term gain, short-term pain, long-term gain, about how, once we defeat Iran, it'll be a big gain for the United States. I think we're seeing from Mr. Lavrov kind of a different version of that, not so much in terms of our short-term pain to gain the victory over Iran, but rather that if this does result in a fundamental reordering of the international system into a multipolar order, someplace where the dollar is not the kingpin of the financial system, yeah, there could be a short-term pain and even a short-term risk of a general global conflagration. But if we can get through that somehow, and at the end of the day, the Persian Gulf is no longer an area of American influence, but rather the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians are the ones that wield influence there. Yes, we are talking about a fundamental reordering of the international system. Look, there are a lot of people, especially with regard to Ukraine, that thought when Trump came in, he was going to come in, he was going to make a deal with Putin. We'd have a new Yalta kind of thing or something like that. And, an agreement on spheres of influence, a multipolar order and all that. None of that happened. And none of it was going to happen because nobody in Washington thinks along those terms at all. The only way the United States would find itself where we are not the unipolar power would be if reality bumped up against us, we could no longer maintain that hold on the global system. That's the kind of thing it seems Mr. Lavrov is talking about, that we've gotten to the point where we overextended ourselves. We tried to extend our global mastery too far. We tried to bring the Russians down in Ukraine. That didn't work. Now we're trying to bring down the Iranians. That doesn't seem to be working. We've got our eyes set on choking off oil to China so we can bring them down. That's not looking very good either. If we get to the point where we haven't decided to relinquish the drive for global hegemony, but it's simply, the ground falls out from under us. We just cannot do it. And it's clear to everybody in the world that we no longer can maintain this global hegemonic dominance. Yeah, we could end up in the kind of world that Mr. Lavrov talks about. Yeah, but there is a short-term risk. The whole thing could blow up in everybody's face.
And I'll just kind of leave you with this. Is you talked a minute about the sock puppets in the United States that seem oblivious to literally everything both Putin and Sergei Lavrov just mentioned here, or looking at the international markets. And that was probably symbolized best by Lindsey Graham in his examination last night of President Trump's speech.
Epic Fury is one of the most successful military operations in history. God bless the 13 and the injured. But they died in noble cause, protecting America and the world from a cancer. He has destroyed their ability to acquire a nuclear weapon for decades. He's put them out of the ballistic missile business, and he's offering them a deal. And if they don't take it, he's going to blow up everything they got. So well done, Mr. President. Well done to our military. I'm very happy tonight.
I mean, that is about as detached from reality as it can get, not to mention immoral and unethical, especially about the lack of concern or any kind of human empathy for the Americans who have died or any of the Iranians who have died that he once championed. We want to set you free and all this kind of stuff. How do you view that?
Isn't Linda up for re-election this year? I mean, can't somebody get rid of this guy? I mean, why do they keep it like this guy in South Carolina? The man is obviously high on war. I mean, it's not even a question of being delusional, is that he's obviously getting some kind of thrill out of this damn thing. Where, remember, he's been calling for this for years, maybe for decades. I mean, I think he's channeling his inner Bibi Netanyahu or his inner John McCain, whoever it is, and he just wants war for its own sake. And he only sees one way out of any problem, and that's more war. So, he's excited. I mean, I don't even know where his cognitive view on the situation ends and his emotional high begins. But it's just really distasteful, Colonel. I mean, my dad was a career Air Force officer. I mean, I grew up in a family where serving the country, defending the Constitution, protecting the American people was something sacred, really. And these people have just debased it to something disgusting and sick. I don't know any other way to say it. I can only react. I'm sorry to say it emotionally when I see things like that.
Well, that's identical to how I viewed it as well. The problem is that got cheered on Fox News last night by Sean Hannity, of course, is his partner in crime, so to speak. But many others too. And, Jack Keane talks about this all the time, not quite in those emotional terms, but he is still connected with that. But listen, if President Trump is listening to these kind of people, all of these problems that we have now, the lack of military success, despite the words that came out of his mouth, it's just not going to be there. And we may be hastening towards either of one of two bad options. One is even worse, but there's no good option. One is either we lose our geopolitical hegemony that we've had, and you can call it benign hegemony or just bad hegemony, depending on your perspective. But we're going to destroy it by these foolish choices, or as Sergei Lavrov suggested, we might end up drifting into some other more dark World War III kind of thing. Do you see it any differently?
No, I see it that way, but I actually sort of see it, maybe you don't agree. I see that as the good side of this. If we lose our hegemony and lose all these adventures and tasks all over the world that have nothing to do with our national security, we can start maybe focusing on rebuilding our own country, which desperately needs it. But I don't know. I'd like to think it would be nice if there was some way that somebody in Washington could wake up and smell the Kool-Aid and say, you know what, we don't need this global hegemony. It's not helping us. It's hurting us. It's bankrupting us. It's subjecting us to danger. It's getting people killed. Let's pull back from it and reorient our whole national life inwardly rather than outwardly. Since we can't do that, since our system is not flexible to do enough to do that, and since the personnel don't exist in Washington to do that, the only way we're going to do that is when we bump up against reality. The sad part is not only do we risk a global war when we bump into reality, we're going to get a lot of good people killed. I mean, even aside from the people we're killing in the target countries, we're going to get a lot of our own people killed, people who signed up to defend this country, not to go play international games. And I think that's really the sad part. You know, when these people talk like this is all for, you know, the glory and benefit of America, it's really just getting a lot of good people killed for nothing. I think this global empire, this global hegemony has to end, or else it's going to end with a bang instead of a whimper. And I'd rather end with a whimper.
No, you and I are on the identical view on that. I have long argued that it is antithetical to our interest to keep going on this and immoral, because it shreds even the pretense we used to have at trying to be the city on a hill and the light and all that. And a good example, we were never, you know, it was never always as good as it looked. But now then we shred even the pretense of going after those things. And now it's just law of the jungle, then we're the lion and all that kind of stuff, the nonsense we've been saying since January. And that will come to an end. It will come to an end, not just that it should, but as you say, it's either going to come because we get into a war we can't win and are defeated, or we end up whimpering out. I don't know, but it's something that needs to happen, or our very existence as a nation and culture will be a question.
Yeah, and we're not 6,000 years old or even 3,000 years. So, hey, 250 years is a pretty good run. And I'd like to go a few decades or centuries more before these idiots blow everything up.
Yeah, I'm all with you on that. Let's see if we can keep on being unintimidated and uncompromised to tell the truth, no matter what it is. And maybe at some point, words can be important and people can see the track record out there, and maybe, just maybe, before it gets too late, the people can make their will known. We can only hope. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Thank you for.
When you're driving, silence or put away your phone. Don't let your phone blind you.
I'm going to be providing you a translation of a particular clip, and I'll do a brief analysis and conclude with that. Tomorrow, I will be addressing specifically the GCC or the Gulf states as to where things are headed for them. As a matter of fact, to my knowledge, Dubai now is shut down. United Arab Emirates is begging the Arab and the Muslim world. And by the way, where were you when Gaza was bombed to Stone Age? So funny how these Muslim leaders, hypocrisy, I don't, it's beyond description here. And here is a thought provoking for you. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain to a degree, Kuwait to a degree, they all told Iran they wanted no part of this war. This is where this hypocrisy is. Then why are the US bombers taking off from their soil? Like I've argued since the beginning of this war, Iran is not going to let up on targeting US bases on the Gulf states, territories, or soil. So you have now Gulf states are learning the hard way that you cannot host a US and call yourself neutral. That's just nonsense. And Iran is making sure that these countries will pay the price for that lie. That is exactly where you are seeing. So, and I do not want to overwhelm the information. That's why today I want to talk about Mujtaba Khamenei's statements that he's not going to surrender and he is not negotiating. Then tomorrow I'll mention the Gulf states, but tomorrow I will detail exactly what's going on with this. But the first clip I want to play with you is, and I'm not going to play it in its entirety, it's the Donald Trump speech last night to the nations. Did I listen to it in its entirety? No. As a matter of fact, I didn't even listen to it at all for a simple reason. I know two things that's going to come up. One, it's going to be bragging with lies. Oh, we are on the verge of destroying Iran and so forth. And second, he's going to lie about the economy as well, how great our economy is. And third, for why, it's I have no respect for the guy. When you are lying to people to their faces, you know, respect is earned. The respect is not taken by force, or you coerce other people to respect you. No. It's earned. And for me, and I don't speak for others, and my fellow Americans here, I have no respect for the guy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna listen to a clip. Then I'm gonna then we'll move on into what we need to do. But before I do this, I want just to highlight a few key things, because we're not gonna listen to the entire clip. It's too long, and I'll provide you the link for that. What I was interested in is the articles that I read regarding this, and I came across one specific article written by Bill Crystal or William Crystal. He's a well-known author here in the U.S. Then you have Andrew Eager and Jim Swift. All three, they wrote a comprehensive article. I had a chance to read it. And here is what Trump's saying, in quote, "We are going to finish the job, and we are going to finish it very fast," end of quote. Good luck with that. He also said, and I quote, Donald Trump, that is, "We are on track to complete all of America's military objective shortly, very shortly," end of quote. It tells you right there the lie to our faces, to the whole nation. And this is why even Trump is eager to have the American people understand that this war is so very much nearing completion, which is not, because the idea that what he sold for the last 2-3 weeks and what's been noticed here in America, to those who are familiar with American domestic politics, his popularity is taking a nosedive beyond what you can even imagine. As a result, Trump wants out. And that's why last night when he gave the speech lying about it, of course, giving the promise, I mean, are you going to trust any politicians in Washington when he or she promised American people? And that's what he's promised. He promised Americans over and over that he will be out soon out of the war. Good luck with that. Because here is the harsh reality, according to this article, and I couldn't agree more, that Trump doesn't want the American people to think too hard about the lack of justification for the war, because it's not our war. We're conducting all this on behalf of Israel. It's no secret. No. He doesn't want anyone to dwell on the fact that there was no imminent threat from Iran, or that Trump didn't obtain authorization to go to war from Congress because Congress didn't give one. He doesn't want the American people to focus on what his administration's conduct of the war has shown about its lack of character and competence. When you go and target a school of little girls, 168, what does it have to do with war? What does little girls have to do with war? Why would you even target a school? And by the way, once again, I found out that the missile was launched from United Arab Emirates. The first time I said Bahrain, and I hold myself responsible to this, because that was the information available to me at that time. Later on, I contacted whomever I need to contact and find out that, oh, no, Mr. O, the missile wasn't from Bahrain, it was from United Arab Emirates. And this is where Trump is coming to divert the attention as much as possible from the real world consequences of his war, because now it became his war. It's going to go down in history as the worst president ever who dragged America into a war. Let's take a quick listen here. And again, I'm not playing. I have it on a specific timestamp, and we'll take a listen to this.
Which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. And tonight, I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they returned.
I'm going to stop right there because it starts to be nonsense exactly for why I wanted to just share this quick clip with you. What I'm going to share with you on the chat box is the link to the article, not the clip. If should you decide to read the article, which I will highly recommend, and here is the link. You can read it later on. Now, let's move on to our what we are going to be talking about in this particular live stream. And this has to do about Iran's announcements from and according to the rules of the Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, is that what are the options, military options, and where Iran stands on the negotiations. So let me share the screen with you here. I'll do the translation, then I'll move into my brief analysis, and we'll conclude with this one. Okay, here it is. And let me just move this one out, and we'll start. What it says right there in Arabic is urgent or break-ins. Let's take a listen here, please.
في خبر عاجل الآن، نائب رئيس البرلمان الإيراني يقول قرار الحرب والسلم والتفاوض من صلاحيات المرشد الأعلى ولم يأذن بالتفاوض حتى الآن. إذن قرار الحرب والسلم والتفاوض من صلاحيات المرشد الأعلى وهو لم يأذن بالتفاوض حتى الآن. هذا ما قاله نائب رئيس البرلمان.
In breaking news, just in, the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament states that the authority to decide on matters of war, peace, and negotiations rests with the supreme leader, and that he has not yet authorized any negotiations. As a result, to reiterate, the decision regarding war, peace, and negotiations fall within the prerogatives of the supreme leader, and he has not granted authorization for negotiations as of yet. This is the statement made by the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament. Okay, let's continue here.
الإيراني ينضم إلينا الآن من طهران مراسل التلفزيون العربي حازم كلاس. حازم، أهلا بك معنا. سنتابع معك التطورات الميدانية بطبيعة الحال بعد الحديث من الجانب الإسرائيلي في أكثر من مرة صباح هذا اليوم عن إتمامه موجة استهدافات للبنى التحتية تابعة للنظام الإيراني في طهران. ولكن ننطلق ربما من هذا الخبر العاجل وتصريحات نائب رئيس البرلمان الإيراني في الوقت الذي
Joining us now from Tehran, Al Arabi TV correspondent Hazim Kallas. Hazim, welcome to the program. Naturally, we will follow up with you regarding developments on the ground, particularly following multiple statements from the Israeli side earlier this morning, claiming the completion of a wave of strikes targeting infrastructure belonging to the Iranian regime in Tehran. However, let us begin perhaps with this breaking news item and the statements made by the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament.
كان هناك حديث عن تبادل الرسائل بواسطة أو بوساطة باكستانية. الآن يتم الحديث والتصريح من نائب رئيس البرلمان الإيراني عن أن قرار الحرب والسلم والتفاوض هو من صلاحيات المرشد الأعلى، وهو لم يأذن بذلك حتى هذه اللحظة.
تماما سوني. This comes at a time when there was talks of an exchange of messages facilitated through Pakistan mediation. Yet now the Deputy Speaker of the Iran Parliament is declaring that the decision regarding war, peace, and negotiations lies solely within the authority of the Supreme Leader, and that he has not authorized such actions up to this very moment. بحسب المادة الخامسة والمادة 110 من الدستور الإيراني، قرار الحرب والسلم هو بيد المرشد الأعلى في إيران قائد القوات المسلحة. وكما قال نائب رئيس البرلمان الإيراني علي نيكزاد في تصريحات له أوردتها وكالات الأنباء الإيرانية صباح هذا اليوم، ولكن جاءت في تجمع شعبي ليلة أمس في وقت متأخر في محافظة مركزي في إيران، فإن المرشد الإيراني حتى هذه اللحظة مجتبى خامنئي لم يأذن بأي مفاوضات.
Yeah, precisely, Sonia. According to Article 5 and Article 110 of the Iranian Constitution, the decision regarding war and peace rests in the hands of the Supreme Leader of Iran, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, as stated by the Deputy Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Ali Nigzad, in remarks reported by Iranian news agencies earlier this morning, though originally delivered late last night during a public rally in Iran, Markazi province. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has not, Mujtaba in this case, as of this moment, authorized any negotiations whatsoever.
عباس عراقشي وزير الخارجية الإيراني وكذلك إسماعيل بقائي المتحدث باسم وزارة الخارجية وعدد من المسؤولين الإيرانيين أوضحوا بشكل شفاف أن تبادل الرسائل سواء بشكل مباشر كما أكد عراقشي، وهذا مستمر في وقت السلم ووقت الحرب بينه وبين ستيف ويتكوف المبعوث الرئاسي الأمريكي إلى الشرق الأوسط، أو تبادل الرسائل عبر الوسطاء سواء إسلام أباد أو غيرها، لا يعني التفاوض، وإنما هو تبادل للرسائل، ليس أكثر من ذلك. تحذيرات متبادلة بين الطرفين. التفاوض يعني بحسب عباس عراقشي يعني توفير ظروف التفاوض بشكل واضح، الجلوس إلى طاولة
Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, Ismail Baqi, the Foreign Minister spokesperson, the Foreign Ministry, spokesperson, and a number of other Iranian officials have clarified with full transparency that the exchange of messages, whether conducted directly, as confirmed by Araghchi, a practice that continues during both times of peace and war between him and Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy for the Middle East, or exchanged through intermediaries such as Islamabad or others, does not constitute negotiations, but rather merely an exchange of messages. It amounts to nothing more than an exchange of messages, mutual warnings between the two parties. According to Abbas Araghchi, negotiations essentially means clearly establishing the conditions for talk, that is, sitting down at the table.
مفاوضات، وهذا ما ترى إيران أن شروطه غير محققة. لا يمكن التفاوض في ظل استمرار العدوان الإسرائيلي الأمريكي على إيران. إيران فقدت الثقة بشكل كبير جدا بالجانب الأمريكي، تقول بأن الإدارة الأمريكية انقلبت على طاولة المفاوضات لمرتين، وإيران لدغت من هذا الجحر مرتين تسمح بأن تلدغ مرة ثالثة. شروط محددة أعلنت عنها إيران، ليست رداً على المقترحات التي وصفت بأنها مقترحات البنود ال15 الأمريكية، وإنما شروط بالنسبة لها يجب أن تتحقق فيما يتعلق بأي مفاوضات.
Regarding negotiations, the conditions for which Iran views as currently unfulfilled, no talks can take place while Israeli-American aggression against Iran persists. Iran has lost a profound amount of trust in the American side. It asserts that the US administration has twice walked away from the negotiating table, having been bitten from the same hole twice. Iran will not allow itself to be bitten a third time. Iran has announced specific conditions, not merely as a counter response to the proposals described as the US 15-point plan, but rather as prerequisites that, in its view, must be met for any negotiations to proceed.
الأولى مرتبطة بوقف العدوان بشكل كامل وشامل على كافة الجبهات، أن يكون هناك سلام أو يعني أمن مستدام يضمن عدم الاعتداء على إيران مرة أخرى، أن يكون هناك غرامات يدفعها الطرف المعتدي على إيران لقاء الأضرار التي ألحقها بالمنشآت والبنى التحتية الإيرانية، وهذا ما أشار إليه رئيس السلطة القضائية في بيان صباح هذا اليوم، بأن السلطة القضائية بالتعاون مع وزارة الخارجية والأجهزة المعنية ستلاحق المسؤولين عن العدوان الإسرائيلي الأمريكي على إيران بشكل قانوني وحقوقي عبر المحافل الدولية.
The first point centers on a complete and comprehensive cessation of aggression across all fronts, ensuring the establishment of peace, or rather sustainable security that guarantees Iran will not be subjected to aggression again. Furthermore, Iran demands that the aggressor party pay reparations for the damages inflicted upon the Iranian facilities and infrastructure. This point was highlighted by the head of the judiciary in a statement earlier this morning, in which he affirmed that the judiciary, in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and relevant agencies, will legally and judicially pursue those responsible for the Israeli-American aggression against Iran through international forums.
والهلال الأحمر الإيراني كان قد أشار بأنه يوثق يوميا كل ما يحصل في إيران من استهداف للمناطق السكنية والبنى التحتية المدنية، ويرسل ذلك إلى المنظمات الدولية بما في ذلك محكمة العدل الدولية.
Additionally, the Iranian Red Crescent Society has indicated that it is daily documenting all incidents occurring within Iran, specifically the targeting of residential areas and civilian infrastructure, and is submitting this documentation to international organizations, including the International Court of Justice.
شروط إيران يجب أن تمر أيضا من مضيق هرمز. سونيا، بالنسبة لإيران الوضع في مضيق هرمز لن يعود إلى ما كان عليه سابقا. أي اتفاق بالتأكيد يجب أن يمر من مضيق هرمز. هذا ما قاله علي نيكزاد أيضا في استمرار لتصريحاته مساء أمس، وأوردتها اليوم وسائل الإعلام الإيرانية صباح هذا.
Iran conditions also extend to the Strait of Hormuz. As far as Iran is concerned, Sonia, the status quo in the Strait of Hormuz will not revert to what it was previously. Indeed, any agreements reached must inevitably pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This sentiment was reiterated by Ali Nigzad today, building upon statements he made last evening, which were subsequently reported by Iranian media outlets this morning.
اليوم مضيق هرمز بالنسبة لإيران أمر سيادي. الجميع هنا في إيران على مختلف توجهاتهم السياسية يشيدون بأن إيران تمكنت من استخدام ورقة هرمز بأفضل شكل ممكن بما يخدم المصالح العليا للبلاد، وبالتالي أي اتفاق يجب أن يمر من مضيق هرمز. أما
For Iran, the Strait of Hormuz is a matter of national sovereignty. Indeed, people across the entire political spectrum in Iran are commanding the fact that the country has successfully utilized the Hormuz card in the most effective manner possible to serve its supreme national interests for the country. Consequently, any agreement must pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
بالنسبة للتطورات الميدانية فقبل نحو ساعة من الآن أو ساعة ونصف من الآن دوا انفجار في إصفهان. لم نعرف تماما ما هو، أوردته وسائل الإعلام المحلية في إصفهان. وكانت أيضا الاستهدافات الإسرائيلية الأمريكية في العاصمة الإيرانية صباح اليوم قد طالت عدد من المناطق، من بينها في شرق طهران نو بنياد، وأيضا باتجاه شيان، وفي وسط طهران بالقرب من السفارة الأمريكية سابقا.
As for developments on the ground, about an hour or perhaps an hour and a half ago, an explosion was heard in Isfahan, though we do not yet know precisely what it was, based on reports from local media outlets in Isfahan. Furthermore, the Israeli-American strikes targeting the Iranian capital earlier this morning impacted several districts, including Noboniad in East Tehran, as well as areas towards Shian, and locations in central Tehran near the former US embassy.
في العاصمة الإيرانية وفي غرب طهران أيضا كان هناك استهدافات في منطقة طهران سر. أود أن أشير أخيرا إلى أن نقابة الممرضين أعلنت أيضا أن عدد الممرضين الذين قضوا جراء الاستهدافات الإسرائيلية الأمريكية وصل إلى 10 ممرضين. وأيضا منظمة الإسعاف في طهران أعلنت أن 25 مركز طوارئ وإسعاف خرجوا عن الخدمة وتضرروا، و3 مراكز دمرت بشكل كامل،
نعم.
و23 سيارة أيضا تضررت، و8
Strikes were also reported in West Tehran, specifically in the Tarash district. Finally, I would like to note that the Nurses Syndicate has announced that the death toll among nurses resulting from these American-Israeli strikes has reached 10. Additionally, the Tehran Ambulance Organization reported that 25 emergency and ambulance centers have been rendered inoperable due to damage. Of this, 3 centers were completely destroyed, while 23 vehicles sustained damage and 8 ambulances were totally destroyed. I want just to, before I close this one here, we're demolished, I'm sorry. I want to give credit once again to Al Arabiya TV platform. That's the clip from them. Usually they report immediately. Now, the point for this, why I want to highlight this to you, to highlight to you that what the American president said last night has nothing to do with the reality on the ground. The facts that he just sort of spewing lies to the American people, as far as if you get a chance to listen to some of his clips, when he's talking about we have no inflation, which is a lie. As a matter of fact, now the gallon of gas has crossed $4, which is usually for me here in state of Texas is unheard of. We are a state that has oil, whatever. We hardly ever see gas. Usually gallon will go above even $2.25. But now we're looking, last night I drove and I saw it at $3.89. And within one day from the morning, it was at $3.49. And now it's crossing $4. It just, that's the reason why I wanted to share this with you, to highlight to you how much lies coming out of Washington, Tel Aviv, and even some European, which European are useless for that matter. Now, with this leads us to ask the key question. The statements of the parliament in Iran as far as the decisions rest with the Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. Why is this statement significant? Well, first of all, you're going to have to put in perspective. I think few weeks ago, if not few months ago, the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, said that he will consider ending the war if there are certain conditions we're met. In other words, we can negotiate with the Americans. Remember, you have to understand the structure of the Iranian government. Like as I disclosed in my Iran book, I put a full disclosure of the structure of the Iranian government to understand the president of Iran is not on the same level as the supreme leader. And this is why these statements by the parliament in support of Mujtaba Khamenei is significant. Mujtaba Khamenei's remarks were unlikely to find favor with the Iranian president. But it won't matter. It's because it's the supreme leader that decides, along with other entities. That doesn't mean he's forcing his way on the president, but he has the final say. Because Masoud Pezeshkian suggested that Iran would consider ending the war if certain conditions were met. A supreme leader openly contradiction his own president, because he said no negotiations and no retreating. And that is, again, where you see, now some will interpret this as an internal fracturing, the worst possible moment. Others will say it was just miscommunication. What do you think? I'll let you decide on that. The other think that the statements, the significance of it by Mujtaba Khamenei or the parliament for that matter, is a direct rejection of what the US was hoping for. Because the US was hoping because now it became our war. You don't hear Israel anymore. Israel behind the scenes is saying to the Americans, you know, whatever you do, send your troops, send everything. Because Israel can fight, because it's small. Iran will wipe out Israel in no time. I mean, it's a fact. I'm not saying something you don't know. But the fact is that when you think about what the supreme leader's first public statements represent, it represented doubling down on Iran's established possession. No negotiations and no surrender. So rather than what the Trump administration might have been hoping for, a kind of change in rhetoric from the new supreme leader, no, turns out to be the opposite. What we are actually hearing is a more of the same. And this is what Donald Trump didn't count on. Because now the new leadership in Iran, it's taking a different approach than what the late Ali Khamenei, believe it or not, the US now will realize, you know, when the late Ali Khamenei was alive, he still has some sort of moderate approach to certain things. This new group of leaders in Iran forget about negotiations, and rightly so. I mean, how can you trust now negotiations with the Americans? Forget about it. It's done. Move forward with what Iran needs to do to secure its security. So, and the other thing, the important point is that the Strait of Hormuz is being used as a weapon. Now, there are those who say, and I'm going to show you a map here quickly, just to highlight to you. You see here Amman, okay? And you see here the Iran on this side. And the Strait of Hormuz right here in this tight area. Now, there is one in the northern part of Oman, belongs to Oman, and the southern part of Iran belongs to Iran. But here is where the key is. Most of the ships, the cargo, oil, and all that, go through the Iranian side, not the Omani side, because the Iranian side is much sort of wider and deeper, that to my knowledge. That is why Oman is not saying anything. And this is where Iran comes in as far as using the Strait of Hormuz as a weapon. And the IRGC have warned that any ship passing through the strait will be targeted. Yes, some of them, some statements that I read, it says the term could be targeted. And that's reference to, in my opinion, if IRGC found out that any cargo that is passing with a different flag is in support of Israel or the US. That's why they use the term could. As far as the ships or cargoes for China or other friendly countries, no, those are passing. And that in itself reinforcing now the fear that the waterways is being used as a pressure point in the wider conflict. We all know, I'm sure you, whatever part of the world you're in, you are noticing the hike in the oil energy prices. So the growing disruption pushed now the International Energy Agency, the IEA, and a major consuming nations to release about 400 million barrels from strategic reserves. Just part of it. And the other thing about the significance of Mujtaba's statements is that he vowed an open-ended revenge. That's, to me, very concerning, because now Iran is not going to let up. That's why Donald Trump in his statements yesterday was saying, oh, we almost destroy Iran's missiles, whatever. He is lying. You know, the president of America is a liar. Straightforward. Iran has massive amount of missiles buried underground somewhere. And that is why Mujtaba Khamenei vowed that Iran will continue pursuing revenge for those killed, especially the school girls that was targeted by a missile US launched from United Arab Emirates. And here is what he said, and I quote, and what he wrote, I'm sorry, not he said, because he didn't appear yet. Every member of the nation who is martyred by the enemy becomes an independent case for revenge. End of quote. Read between the lines. He also added, and I quote, until it reaches its complete extent, this case will remain open above all others. End of quote. And basically, what is the message of Khamenei? The message is Khamenei is saying to all US bases in the region should immediately be closed or they will be attacked, and that armed groups in Yemen will also do the job. While other groups, of course, we're talking about, here's a reference to two, Hezbollah and the one in Iraq. The one in Iraq now is being activated also because they want to help. So the bottom line to this is that these statements, in my opinion, closes the diplomatic off-ramp to Trump, because that's what he was hoping for. Because if those negotiations will ever start, guess what? Trump's going to play the card of, you know, we force them into the negotiating table. Iran is not going to be playing, and rightly so. They've been burnt twice, meaning tricked with the negotiation with the Americans, and you can't trust the American government. It will be a mistake. It will be a mistake to trust what the US government is saying. I'll say it. I'm not shy about saying it. It's unfortunate, but you can't be cherry picking the truth. That's where I stand on this. And this is why now you're going to be seeing, I'm using the future, you're going to be seeing the escalation on multiple fronts simultaneously. And that is, again, where you see the legitimacy of the new leader as far as this statement. And again, the war appears to be entering now even a more dangerous and open-ended phase. And that leads us to the next phase of what will the Gulf states do. If the truth matters to you, hit like, subscribe, and tap that bell. No spin, no agenda, just the stories they don't want you to know. So don't watch from the sideline. Be part of the movement. Your support keeps the truth alive. Thank you very much. Indeed. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to play another clip. I'm not playing in its entirety, just for the first two 80 minutes or 3 minutes. Then I'll do one brief analysis on this and I'll conclude. So let me share the screen here and we'll do the translation for it. All right, let's take a listen, please.
بدأت إيران بضرب المفاصل الكيميائية داخل إسرائيل لتنقل الحرب إلى مرحلة جديدة ومختلفة تماما، وهذا الأمر كانت قد تحدثت عنه المصادر الإسرائيلية اليوم. الضربة كانت قد تمت اليوم عن طريق أولا صاروخ انطلق بسرعة كبيرة للغاية، يعتقد بأنه صاروخ فرد صوتي جاء باتجاه جنوب إسرائيل وتركز تحديدا على النقب باتجاه بئر السبع كما نلاحظ. وبعدها
And by the way, the reason I want to share this with you because it has the virtual mapping, so you see, and some satellite images, and that is the reason why I wanted to share this with you. Here's what it says. Iran has begun striking key chemical facilities within Israel, thereby shifting the war into a completely new and distinct phase. A development that Israeli sources have already alluded to earlier. The strike was executed today, meaning that was 2 days ago, beginning with the missile launched at extremely high velocity, believed to be a hypersonic missile that headed towards southern Israel. It focused specifically on northern Negev region in the district of Beersheba, as we can observe.
جاءت هذه اللقطات لهذا الانفجار الكبير الذي تحدثت المصادر وتضاربت حوله التقارير بأنها هذه من المصانع الكيميائية المهمة للغاية، هي التي كانت قد استهدفت من قبل الجانب الإيراني. وإذا ما حاولنا أن نتأكد من تفاصيل النقطة التي استهدفت ما هي هذه النقطة ونحدد من اللقطات الواضحة لدينا، نلاحظ هنا باللون الأحمر طبعا الرصيف مع عدة أشجار هنا، وكذلك أيضا هنا كما نلاحظ علامة مهمة لتوضح لك بأن الانفجار يأتي إلى اليمين بعد هذه العلامات التي أشرنا إليها.
Okay, subsequently, the footage emerged showing a massive explosion, an incident regarding which sources spoke and reports conflicts, suggesting that one of Israel's critically important chemical plants had been targeted by the Iranian side. If we attempt to verify the details of the targeted location, identifying exactly what was struck by analyzing the clear footage available to us, we notice here, highlighted in red, a sidewalk flanked by several trees, as well as other distinct landmarks. These markers indicate that the explosion occurred just to the right of the specific features we have pointed out.
كذلك أيضا من نقطة قريبة على التماس مع النقطة المستهدفة من قبل الجانب الإيراني، هنالك أيضا علامات مهمة تحدد لنا بالضبط ما هو المبنى الذي كان قد استهدف. المبنى هنا تماما. لنتجه إلى القمر الصناعي بسرعة وسنجد أنفسنا بأننا أمام بئر السبع. طبعا هذا هو بئر السبع الذي سنقترب منه إلى الجنوب من بئر السبع على مسافة 8 كيلومتر. لدينا رمات حفاف، وهذه المنطقة تعتبر أكبر مدن الصناعات الكيميائية في إسرائيل.
Furthermore, from a vantage point in close proximity to the site targeted by the Iranians, there are additional key markers that allow us to pinpoint precisely which building was struck. Specifically, this building right here. Let us quickly switch to satellite imagery. We find ourselves looking at Beersheba, zooming in specifically to an area approximately 8 kilometers south of Beersheba. We arrive at Ramat Hubav. This region is considered home to the largest concentration of chemical industries in all Israel.
بأكملها الزاوية المتطابقة مع ما رأيناه قبل قليل هي هذه الزاوية. نأخذ صورة أوضح بالقمر الصناعي من أجل أن نستفيد من طبيعة العلامات طبعا الظاهرة، وسنلاحظ بأننا بالفعل أمام نفس العلامات التي قمنا بتحديدها قبل قليل، وبالتالي من المفترض أن يكون هذا المبنى تحديدا هو المبنى الذي كان قد استهدف للتأكد
The specific angle that corresponds exactly with the footage we viewed moments ago is this one right here. Let us obtain a clearer satellite image to better utilize the visible topographical features and landmarks. We observe that we are indeed looking at the very same markers we identified just moments ago. Consequently, it is highly probable that this specific structure is the building that was struck or targeted.
بشكل أكبر سنرى بأن العلامات القريبة من هذا المبنى أيضا متطابقة مع الصورة التي لاحظناها قبل قليل. ولاحظ هنا نحن أمام بالفعل نفس العلامات الموجودة على الأرض، مما يؤكد لك بأن هذا هو بالضبط المبنى الذي كانت قد استهدفته إيران، ويعني بأن الضربة الإيرانية كانت دقيقة ودقيقة للغاية.
To further confirm this, we can see that the landmarks immediately surrounding this building also corresponds perfectly with the image we observed earlier. Note here that we are in fact looking at the exact same physical features present on the ground, a correspondence that it confirms to you that this is precisely the building Iran had targeted, meaning that the Iranian strike was precise and indeed highly precise.
ولم تكن عشوائية بما أن هذا المبنى تحديدا هو الذي استهدف. ولاحظ بأن هذا المبنى نوعا ما يبدو خاصا هو والمبنى بجانبه هنالك مسافة بينهما، ليست هنالك أي مباني قريبة من هذه المباني أو هذه المصانع، وهذا يؤكد لك بأنها شديدة الانفجار. هنالك مخاطر للسلامة إذا ما كان هنالك أي انفجار في هذه النقطة. كذلك تبدو أيضا المداخل نوعا ما أو المدخل لهذا المبنى والمبنى الذي بجانبه نوعا ما معزولة خاصة، وهو ما يؤكد
The targeting was highly precise and by no means indiscriminate, given that this specific building and none other was the intended target. It is worth noting that the structure alone with the adjacent buildings appears somewhat distinct. A significant buffer zone separates them, with no other structure situated in close proximity to those buildings or factories. This layout confirms the presence of highly explosive materials and underscores the severe safety risk that will ensue should an explosion occur at these locations. Furthermore, the entrances, specifically the access point for this building and its neighbor appears somewhat isolated and restricted.
أؤكد لك بأن هذا المبنى ليس بالهين أبدا. وطبعا هذه المنطقة التي نتحدث عنها هي طبعا منطقة تتواجد فيها 19 مصنعا من المصانع الكيميائية في إسرائيل بشكل عام، وكذلك أيضا هنالك خزانات للأمونيا، وهذه تعتبر خطيرة للغاية، الأخطر على الإطلاق. هذه المنشآت أي عملية تسريب تعتبر مباشرة بحسب العديد من الخبراء المتخصصين بأن هنالك خطر كيميائي عالي للغاية، وهذا هو الذي يؤدي في نهاية المطاف إلى تلوث بيئي خطير.
This feature further reinforces the conclusion that this facility is of considerable strategic significance. Naturally, the area in question is home to 19 chemical manufacturing plants, representing a significant portion of Israel's chemical industry, as well as ammonia storage tanks. These tanks are considered extremely hazardous. Indeed, they pose the single greatest risk among all of these facilities. According to numerous specialized experts, any leak within these installations will immediately trigger high-level chemical hazard alert.
خطير مما يعرض ليس فقط سلامة العاملين الموجودين هنا إلى الخطر، وإنما أيضا للمدنيين الموجودين حول هذه المنطقة. لذلك مثل هذه المصانع دائما معزولة طبعا كما نلاحظ عن المدن بشكل عام. وما يزيد أهمية النقطة التي قامت إيران باستهدافها هي أنها ليست بالبعيدة من نقاط مهمة مثل مفاعل ديمونة. لاحظ هذه المنطقة التي نتحدث عنها رمات حفاف، وهي تبعد عن مفاعل ديمونة تقريبا 38 أو 36 كيلومترا، وتبعد عن مدينة ديمونة 23 كيلومترا، وكذلك أيضا في نفس الوقت.
Ultimately, such an incident will result in severe environmental contamination, thereby endangering not only the safety of the personnel working on site, but also the lives of civilians residing in the surrounding area. Consequently, as it is evident, facilities of this nature are invariably situated in isolation, far removed from urban centers. What further heightens the significance of this specific site targeted by Iran is its relative proximity to critical strategic assets such as the Daimona nuclear reactor. Observe the area in question, Ramat Hubav. It is situated approximately 36 to 38 kilometers from Daimona reactor and 23 kilometers from the city of Daimona itself. I'm going to stop right here because it's too long, but I just wanted to highlight to you. Why am I sharing this with you? To highlight to you the precision of Iran's targeting certain locations. Iran didn't target, for example, let's say a residential building. It didn't target school, for example, but also it highlights another dimension that Iran is in possession of really precise coordinates. How does it get that? That's the $1 million question. But the answer is clear, because China is providing, it's no secret anymore, China is providing the exact coordinates for the locations. Remember the clip I shared with you yesterday about the targeting of the US base in Jordan? Who provided that? It was the Chinese satellites. And that's exactly my point. Just I wanted you to see this because, once again, Western media is not disclosing this. Now, the last part I want to talk about briefly here is my own analysis about how the Gulf states interpret Iran's stance. And tomorrow, I will do a detailed analysis about the Gulf states with each one of them, where they stand. But for now, I just want to provide you an overall view. The Gulf states' interpretation of Mujtaba Khamenei's stance is kind of layered with fear, and rightly so. There is fear, okay? There is frustration, and there is also profound, in my opinion, profound strategic pressure that Iran is posing on the Gulf states, and rightly so. Iran can play it very, very smartly, and it's doing it. Because remember, the day after, once the dust settles, Iran will always be there. Some other Gulf states will always be there, unless the plan changed, because the whole idea of this, the agenda for Israel expansion, is to have Saudi absorb Qatar. Because remember, a few years ago, remember the blockade that was Qatar? And I wrote about it back then. That was the aim. And now with the United Arab Emirates being the back door for Israel, which I will tell you in a second here, what United Arab Emirates is doing, bagging, and I use the term bagging, the intervention of Muslim countries. Really? Well, we'll talk about this in a second here. Here is where the issue is regarding how you see this, how this situation can be analyzed. There are those who are saying, oh, the Gulf states are victims. No, they are not. Some said, oh, that's just the way it is. No, it is not. Most of the analyses coming out of Western think tank, or even some inside the Gulf states themselves, and I know of some, for example, there is one think tank that exists inside Riyadh with the King Fahd University, if I'm not mistaken, and that has to push the narrative towards what will be for the domestic audience. Because the Gulf states now, they are not interpreting Mujtaba Khamenei's statements from a distance. They are living in it. They are part of it. Because the attacks spared no Gulf states, but for a reason. Remember the first 4 days of the conflict. Which country suffered the most? And I will detail all this later on, but which country suffered the most? It was United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates, followed by Kuwait, then Bahrain, then Saudi Arabia. And of course, Saudi Arabia normalized relations with Iran in 2023. But behind the scenes, they've been supporting the U.S., allowing U.S. bases on their territory to launch the refueling planes and tankers and all that stuff. Even Qatar and Oman will likely also will likewise struck. Well, of course, we know why, especially Qatar with Al Udeid base. As a matter of fact, here is the harsh truth, which I will detail tomorrow. Some of these Gulf states, they want the war to continue, but to continue up to a point. Because their interpretation now to justify for domestic audiences in those Gulf states, oh, the next leadership in Iran is a hard line. And if we don't do this now, we might see the uprising of the Shiite minorities inside those countries, which has nothing to do with the truth. The stance of the new Iranian leadership is one for defending its country, but also targeting U.S. military bases that those countries in the Gulf states are the one harboring or creating, allowing their soil to be used for that. So, because even Donald Trump yesterday, he had to say it. Oh, Qatar is part of the war. Saudi Arabia is part of the war. Jordan, which is a joke for its king, that is considering himself the protector of Al-Aqsa Mosque. You know, he's the custodian, which is a joke. Where was he when the Al-Aqsa Mosque was shut down? Did you know, to those Muslim viewers that I have, I don't know if you know or not, no prayer has been conducted in Al-Aqsa Mosque because Israelis shut it down. So where is the king of Jordan that's supposed to be the custodian of it? And the king himself is a joke, to say the least. Because that's why the Iran targeted the presence of the U.S. in Jordan. And the other thing that the Gulf states are concerned about the most is being exposed now. They are being exposed. And that's what I'm going to detail tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of myself here because I want to keep this short to the point. And tomorrow I will address the Gulf states. Now, what I wanted to show you or share with you, I'm going to just share it with you quickly here, but I'm not going to do much about it, like as far as go through. All I want you to see, the statement that comes with it, is what's going on right now.
50%.
مفاجأة الموسم. الإمارات تستغيث بالدول العربية وتتساءل
That's, by the way, the Israeli president visiting United Arab Emirates.
أين أنتم في وقت الشدة؟ أنور جرجاش
All I want to say is the first sentence, the surprise of the season. United Arab Emirates appeals to Arab nations asking, and I quote, "Where are you in our time of need?" End of quote. Really? If this is not a hypocrisy, I don't know what else. And you all know the relationship United Arab Emirates has with Israel. As a matter of fact, it was one of the other 3 or 4 countries that normalized relations. You have United Arab Emirates, you have Morocco, you have Egypt, and you have Jordan. And yesterday, Donald Trump told MBS to normalize relations with Israel. Yeah. I mean, he has the gut to that he has no shame, you know. But at the same time, are you going to take MBS for his words? The guy is beyond whatever you want to describe him. But the fear in now the Gulf states is about the uprising of the Shia. That is where the concern. And tomorrow, I will really provide you a much more in-depth analysis because I wrote extensively about this particular aspect. I'll share one quick excerpt from I think when I talked about it in the Saudi book. Here is what I wrote back then. It already became clear that countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, are benefiting from greater Iranian trade and investments. Qatar is one of the such beneficiary. It is interesting to speculate on the economy and geopolitics in 2030 after the terms of the nuclear agreement Iran signed with the West in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action known as GCPOA expires. Saudi Arabia may be in the dustbin of history by then. That's what I argued, and it'd be interesting to see. 2030 is around the corner. But tomorrow, so make sure, please, to join me tomorrow for this detailed analysis about the Gulf states, which I'm going to highlight in detail because there's some stuff you need to know. So here's my conclusion for you about all this. U.S. and Israel, of course, when they launched this audacious military operation in modern history, thinking, oh, we're going to just intimidate the Iranians and we're going to cut off their heads, you know, and the body will collapse. That was the plan. It didn't work out that way, as always does with military operations. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Iraq. Look at Somalia. Look at Yemen. And now look at Iran. Here is the harsh reality. Instead of broken Iran crawling to the negotiating table, the world now has a supreme leader who watched his entire family get wiped out in a single strike and responded not with grief, but with declaration of a total war. What would you do if your entire family would be wiped out by an aggressor? And the Gulf states, they are out here claiming neutrality. What a such of a hypocrites. While the U.S. is bombing, bombers are taking off from their own soil. You cannot light the fire, then complain about the smoke. That's exactly what United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan,
Egypt to a degree, are doing. And here is the hard truth that nobody wants to say it out loud. This war was supposed to make the world safer, right? That's what they're saying. Instead of, it created now a different trajectory. It crowned a son of the late martyr, late Ali Khamenei, and handed Iran now the most powerful propaganda tool it has ever had in the last 40 years. With one single caveat, and that caveat is the Strait of Hormuz is still closed as of today, or controlled, whatever term you want to use. The missiles are still flying. And one question hangs over of it all, especially on part of Israel and part of America, not on part of Iran. Was it worth it? What do you think? Make sure to leave me a comment in the comment section. I would really like to read your feedback on this. So, I take this opportunity to say thank you to American citizen for buying me cups of teas in support of my upcoming Asia trip. Yes, I am still planning on going to Asia once we reach the target number, which is set at around $10,000. We are making a very slow progress. It'll happen in due time. But so I just want to thank those who have been buying me cups of teas in support of the upcoming Asia trip. So if you want to, should you decide to support that, here is the link for it. I also want to thank Ramzi Abdurrahman for your generous donations in support of this Asia trip. Thank you so much for that. And for the channel, if you want to support the channel, I will be greatly appreciative to you if you do so. And for my books, because you will
Breaking, Russia Chechen combat units officially informed Iran that they're ready to deploy to Iran to fight alongside Iranian forces if the United States launches a ground invasion. Whoa, let's listen to this. Here we go.
Iranian state media is now claiming that combat units from Russia's Chechen Republic have declared themselves ready to deploy to Iran if the United States launches a ground invasion. According to Press TV, these forces are loyal to Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov and have told Tehran they will fight alongside the Iranian armed forces if US troops move beyond air and missile strikes onto Iranian soil. The reports describe the ongoing US-Israeli war against Iran as a religious war and say the Chechen side is framing any direct intervention as a jihad, a battle of good versus evil in defense of the Islamic Republic.
Well, you know, I'm sure Trump feels like you can't have World War III without Russia. It just wouldn't be right. We have the best war and we have the best opponents you've ever seen. This is going to be a great World War III. You're going to love it. Russia would be very offended if we didn't invite them. So that's what it sounds like to me. So what do you make of that threat?
I don't know. I've talked to some sources who are saying that a lot of that's being overblown. That these are individual groups, like the Chechens are not necessarily, this group in particular is not under the overarching Russian military, so it's kind of a separatist group. And so would that involve, like, for instance, Putin calling up soldiers and sending them? No, it's a very different kind of thing. However, I don't see Russia wanting to get involved in this, China wanting to get involved in this. They don't need to, right? The advantage for Russia and China right now is so stark because the US military has been degraded very, very badly during this war. But more importantly, the evidence of what it means to engage in warfare with the United States has drastically changed as a result of this. So think about it this way. 25 years ago with the Iraq War, obviously we go into Iraq, we roll over Saddam Hussein's Revolutionary Guard at the time. They can't do anything to us, shock and awe campaigns. Then we get bogged down, for a decade in a stupid war that we shouldn't have been there in the first place, but we're bogged down in this ground war. But in terms of the actual firepower of the United States, very impressive. And people say, look how strong they are. It ain't 25 years ago. And what's amazing to me is how the Iranians have done what nobody has done to the United States ever, actually, in a lot of ways. Think about the Patriot missile batteries. Think about the THAAD, the missile interceptors have been destroyed. So many of those THAAD units, right, have been wiped out. And those are like $1 billion a piece. The C3 radar plane that cost $600 million, right? There's only 17 of them in the world. Now there's only 16 because the Iranians blew it up. But they blew it up with a $20,000 drone. $20,000 to $600 million. The military industrial complex, we've talked about it for a long time in this country. People like you and me have railed against it. But I don't think we even recognized how much of a scam it was. Because, yeah, they're wasting massive amounts of treasure. Yes, they've got these crazy contracts. But what's much, much more interesting to me is that they've been selling this antiquated equipment. And now we find that a military like Iran, which, I guess no offense to Iran, but this is not a world power. This is a regional power, has the ability with $20,000 Shahed drones to knock out, and take incredible hits against our military, against our technology. They have utterly destroyed every base in the region. There are reports that say these bases are uninhabitable now because of what the Iranians have done. And this is not a world power. But it is a power that said, we're watching what the U.S. does, and they're not ready to fight. And we're not. We're not ready to fight a war like this. So imagine if you did bring Russia or China in, who have hypersonics. THAADs can't even stop those anyways. Patriots can't stop those. They can't stop hypersonics. Iran's used a few hypersonics, but very, very few so far.
Iran is very much like Afghanistan in a sense that it's mountainous terrain. And so if you try to, have Marines go in there, they're sitting ducks. And so, I think Trump's going to try to take a hold of some kind of island, whether it be Karg Island, or some other place, and try to come home with some uranium dust and say, look, we did it. So he's got to do something like that. So that's why I think there will be boots on the ground starting Friday. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
I mean, it's very possible. He wants the win. I like in the press conference he had today. He said, "I'm going to make a speech tonight, and I'm going to tell everyone what a great job I've done and how terrific I am." Well, I believe that.
Yeah,
I believe that's absolutely going to happen tonight. The problem is that even if you come back with some uranium dust, it means nothing, right? And the cost to get that would be so high. I almost think I think there has got to be some level of understanding that Trump has that this is going to be the optic that's used against him. It's so interesting to me, Jimmy, that 10 years ago, 11 years ago, Donald Trump stood on a stage and really didn't have much chance of becoming president. And he, in one night, vaulted to the top of the Republican Party while simultaneously and gloriously ending Jeb Bush's political career by pointing out the one thing no Republican candidate had been willing to say, which was, we went into a disastrous war, we never should have been there, and we should never do it again. And 10 years from now, and it may be way less, it may be just, 2 years from now, there will be Republicans who stand on a stage who say, Donald Trump dragged us into a war we never should have been in, and it should never happen again.
He's turned himself into Jeb Bush. So is J.D. Vance. So is Tulsi Gabbard. They're now the Jeb Bush of this administration. And so if they ever run for president again, there's going to come a Donald Trump who's going to do the same thing to them, that Donald Trump did to Jeb Bush. And I can't believe they don't see that this is happening. My prediction is that Donald Trump's polling is so low now, And it's only going to get worse because there is inflation now, and inflation's going to even go higher. Even if the war ended today, the inflation's going to go higher. He gave a speech today. Well, like you're talking about, he said, yeah, we don't have money for daycare. We don't have money for Medicare and Medicaid. We're doing a war, which is the exact opposite of what he ran on.
That's right.
The exact opposite of what he ran on, and the exact opposite of why people voted for him. People voted for him because it was America first. And so we're going to start taking our war money and putting it into our own country, our own education, our own infrastructure, our own health care, our own daycare, to help our worker. And now he's acting like he never said. So I still don't understand what I think what might happen. Tell me what you think. Is that it's going to get so bad because there's a record number of Republican people in Congress who are resigning ahead of the midterms because they know what's coming. And so I think it could get so bad that they make Donald Trump resign. And he's going to resign saying, I have some kind of medical issue. And then J.D. Vance takes over, and he's the guy who's going to bring peace. And so then he has a political future. That's just a guess of mine. I think it's likely. We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor. Speaking of gold has hit its biggest year since 1979. It's up 67%, 53 new all-time highs, and then it blew past $5,500 in January. Right now, it's pulled back. And every major bank on Wall Street, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank, UBS, is telling their clients that this is the buy window before gold hits $6,000, $7,000, and $8,000. Meanwhile, silver is completely flipped, and she goes along with whatever Donald Trump says. At least Joe Kent resigned and made a big stink out of it. I think if she would resign, it would go a long way. And why do you think she doesn't resign?
I don't know why she doesn't resign, to be honest with you. I think that she's going to play the card later on that she couldn't leave because even though she saw what was happening, someone with sanity had to stay in there trying to steer this thing away from a nuclear war. I think that'll be the argument that she makes. And by the way, maybe it's not a crazy argument. Maybe that is actually what she's doing. She's saying, if I resign and leave, we're going to end up in a position where there's only inmates running the asylum, and someone has to be here to try to convince this president to do something different. And I think there is actually some validity to that idea. Personally, I would like to have seen her resign, but that's selfish reasons to say validate what I already know to be true. I don't need her to actually validate it. He's wrong. But I think that maybe there should be some people who stay in there and say, if we can stay and we can convince this president to listen and to stop, or if we just leave him with the Lindsey Grahams of the world and we leave him with the neocons who have taken over, if Mark Levin is the only voice in his ear, who knows how far this thing spins out of control. I think Vance himself is desperately wishing that this thing would come to an end. He's desperately wishing that he would have been given the chance to go to Pakistan last weekend as he was trying to do so he could negotiate the end, because he needs that, right? They need to be able to say, no, we really are the peace candidates. We really are the peace party. We really don't want any more of these wars. And what Trump is, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but what he's doing is he is destroying the opportunity for any of these people to replace him. And honestly, Jimmy, maybe that's the point for him. Maybe he doesn't want it to be passed on. Maybe he wants to say, I'm not on the ticket, so look how badly we did in the midterms. I'm not on the ticket. They couldn't win without me. And maybe that's really what it is.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs committed friends around the world to voice
Oh, okay. Well, I think that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they're the equivalent of having Benjamin Netanyahu negotiating on the United States' behalf. No doubt about it, in fact. And they're, some people have theorized that he's being lied to by them. I'm sure he is.
I'm sure he is.
Just like he was lied to by Benjamin Netanyahu. So he's got three people in his ear lying to him, and he's shut out everybody else. And his chief of staff, literally was an employee for Benjamin Netanyahu. So I think there's a good chance that that's happening. But a bigger case here is that Iran, Russia, they don't trust Witkoff anymore. They don't trust Jared Kushner, because every time somebody goes to negotiate with them, they bomb them in the middle of negotiations, right? So I don't think anybody would even take a meeting now with Jared Kushner or Witkoff. What do you say?
I think that's definitely true. I mean, the Iranians won't talk to them. Why would anyone talk to them at this point? Because again, it was very clear that multiple times they did it twice to Iran.
Twice.
Right? They did this a year ago before Operation Midnight Hammer. They went and they negotiated. Middle of negotiations, all of a sudden they get hit. And by the way, the story is that was actually when the war was supposed to start. The whole thing was going to kick off then. And it was a guy named Charlie Kirk who went to the White House and convinced the president not to do it. Convinced him, don't do this, it'll destroy your presidency. And then, of course, by September, Charlie Kirk is now dead. And then we come into the new year and it starts. There is no voice, I guess, preventing him from doing it. I believe this. I believe that from everything I've heard about Trump and everything from the people I've talked to who do know him, they say Trump is not a war guy. He doesn't like war. He doesn't like the idea of people being killed. He actually was sincere about all this peace stuff. So then you have to ask the question, if that is true, and I don't think he's being blackmailed into it. I just think he's being isolated. I think the goal with Trump was they surrounded him with the right people. And I think, listen, if you sit, which he does, and you watch Fox News all day long, you would believe this war is going great.
Yes.
The American people love it. They want you to go further. And he's just lied to all day long. I don't know, when he ever goes and sits and opens up his X and says, let's see what the people are saying. Let's actually see what's out there. I don't think that's happening. And so I think Kushner and I think Witkoff and I think Mark Levin and I think people like that, Lindsey Graham, have surrounded the president and convinced him that this is popular and that he would be seen as the greatest president of all time because he's the only one who could have done this. You're the only one. Now, here's my fear. My fear is that they're now telling him, go ahead and use a nuke because you're the only one brave enough to do it, right? And that's the only way you're going to stop the Iranians. And by the way, it's the only way he's going to stop the Iranians would be to nuke them. Obviously, that triggers an absolutely unimaginable scenario once that happens. So I hope that does not happen, and I hope I'm totally wrong about that. But I believe that what they've tried to convince him of is you're the only one brave enough to do this. And at some point, I'm hoping that he has started to realize, listen, Lindsey Graham today came out and said, you know what, this thing should be wrapped up and let's get it over with. Now, why would Lindsey Graham say that? Because he's about to be primaried in South Carolina. It's so unpopular that Lindsey Graham now is on track to lose his primary race in South Carolina. So he's trying to backpedal now and get it over with. And if there is enough panic around the president, now they've become the panicans. If there's enough panic around the president to say, you know what, we got to get this over with because it's actually going to have an effect that we didn't think was the case, maybe he wakes up.
I'm less worried about Trump using a nuke than I am Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a reason why they have those nukes. And so if he feels like, if Trump or if Trump resigns and the United States pulls the rug of support out from underneath Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, which is coming at some point. Now, I don't know if it's now. I don't know if it's next year. It's coming. And that there's a reason why they have the thing called the Samson option. There's a reason why they don't have just one nuke. They have like 200 nukes.
I think it's more than that, actually.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, at least, let's say at least 200. So there's a reason why they don't have those because they don't want to use them. They have them because they want, if they're existentially threatened, they will use them. Netanyahu is he's a bigger maniac than, Pol Pot, Idi Amin, and Hitler combined, as far as I'm concerned. And I think he would use a nuke. And then just like, Rubio admitted that, well, we had to go to war because Israel was going to start it. And we instead of saying, well, we tried to, because they know they can't stop them. And so if he uses a nuke, then it's all over. It's a nuclear war. It's World War III. It's done. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu would use one. And especially because if the war ends, he goes to jail.
Right.
And everybody knows that. So
everybody knows that. And look what he's doing now with southern Lebanon.
Yeah.
Right? They've now gone in there. They're flattening southern Lebanon. The Chinese came out today and demanded that they stop or said that they're going to get involved. mean, there are multiple countries. The Italian prime minister, I heard reports today, I haven't verified this yet, so I hope it's not wrong, but I saw reports today that the Italian prime minister, Giorgia Meloni,
Yes, I saw that.
came out and said either Israel gets out of southern Lebanon or they'll use a nuke.
What? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear
that she would bomb Israel and they would potentially use a nuke if Israel does not get out of southern Lebanon. I think the world is looking at it and saying, we're not going to let you do the same thing to southern Lebanon that you did to Gaza. And that's what they're doing right now. And it has to stop. And what they did to Gaza was so atrocious. The genocide that happened there was so atrocious. But so much of the world just stood by and watched it happen and waited and said, well, I mean, how far would they go? Well, now you know. Now you know how far they're willing to go. Now they're doing it again in southern Lebanon. And so let's see what happens. But yeah, there were reports that a lot of countries are now standing up and saying, nope, get out or we're going to get involved. And I agree with you. The greatest trigger point for potential World War III is Israel. It's Netanyahu himself is the one. He won't end it, and he's the one who keeps, every time there's talk of a negotiation, talk of you're going to, try to bring this thing to an end, they escalate over and over.
Okay. I really appreciate you coming on, Ben. Thanks. I love your work. You do fantastic stuff. You have a lot of courage. You go places that every reporter should go, but 99% are afraid to go. And you're almost always vindicated. So nice job.
Thank you. Hey, can I mention real quick too? Tomorrow night, if people will follow me on X, Ben Swan _2ns, we're going to have your buddy Kirk Metzger is going to be on with us, and we're going to be interviewing him. So encourage people to.
Oh, I didn't. Ben, he did not tell me that. Well, that's fantastic. Okay, great job. All right, everybody, check that out tomorrow. Is it on X?
It'll be on X. Yep.
Okay, right. Great. Hey, are you still banned from YouTube?
They just put me back on this year. I got back on. They deleted everything I had, so I had to start from scratch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
you're back on?
What it is. But back on for now.
Okay.
We'll see how long it lasts.
All right. Good luck. All right. Thanks again, buddy. I really appreciate you. Come see me in Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, Nevada, May 7th.
And we are starting off this edition with some big breaking news coming in right this minute. Brigadier General Syed Majid, who commands the Aerospace Force of the Iran's elite IRGC, has now lashed out at the US threat of blasting Iran back to the Stone Age. The Iranian military commander is saying that it is the US that is taking its soldiers back to their graves, and that it is delusional for a country with a 250-year history to threaten a civilization 6,000 years old. And in a post on X, in response to a post by Pete Hegseth, the US Secretary of War, Wasabi, saying, and I'm quoting, "It is you who are taking your soldiers to their graves, not Iran, whom you seek to drag back to the Stone Age. Hollywood delusions have so poisoned your minds that with your 250-year history, you threaten a civilization over 6,000 years old." Remember, Hegseth had said in a post, "back to the Stone Age," quote unquote. Hegseth's post also coming after US President Donald Trump threatened to blast Iran back to the Stone Ages. This comes amid the war in West Asia, which started off with the US-Israel airstrikes on Iran on the 28th of February and is now in its 5th week. And now yet another stern statement coming in from Mousavi, in fact, he has categorically responded to what was said earlier. He commands the aerospace force of Iran's elite IRGC, lashing out at the US threat of blasting Iran back to the Stone Age, saying that it is the US that is taking its soldiers back to their graves and that it is delusional for a country with a 250-year history to threaten a civilization 6,000 years old. This, of course, comes after Pete Hegseth also said in that post on X, quote unquote, back to the Stone Age.
Coffee. Follow me.